Hello, my name's Steve Norton. Welcome to our live stream of the election. This is NSFE. Joining us tonight for your political entertainment is political analyst Nicholas Anderson.
Hello.
And the Bernie angle, Richie Oliver.
Hi. He can still win it, guys. He can still win it.
We also have joining us
and not that happening.
the token female opinion, Natalie Cabral. Because, we're trying to be equal and all.
Trying.
Yeah, which is why we have 4 white people on the screen. That's exactly why.
Hey, man. If you want to invite Ian to the stream, I'm fine with that, too.
That's actually not a bad idea.
So we're watching coverage right now live on NBC. These are commercials no one cares about, so maybe we should go back.
Is there a commercial someone does care about?
No, probably not. So if anybody is actually watching and wants to join in with us, send us a message. Maybe we'll invite you in the chat or invite you live on camera with us. Get your political input, especially if you have a joke. If you have a joke, then we want to see you. And we may or may not have a cameo later of COVID-19 himself.
Or if you are a joke yourself, we want to see you as well.
I was just about to say that, Richie.
My first instinct was creating a banner that said indecision. Then I remembered that the Daily Show used to do that. So It's like, oh, no, the Daily Show used to do that. I'd come up with something else. For the love of God, why? It sounded good enough to me. Oh, we got a comment. Michael Kabuka. Hey there.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, nice.
Hey, Michael, who'd you vote for? I'm just kidding. You don't have to tell us.
Hey, Michael, I love your last name. I love that type of theater. The Kabuka style theater is always loved in my household.
I'm a big fan of Kabuka theater, too.
Right?
All right, guys. So, hey, since we're supposed to be doing something political and or commentary, why don't we all discuss in the briefest and smallest of objectionable ways what our political views are?
No one wants to hear that.
So let's move on. So what was the best movie you guys watched?
Best movie?
Lately?
Yeah, you know what? Me and Richie are cinephiles. Richie, what is your absolute favorite political movie?
Ooh, political movie.
Yeah,
Okay.
whether it be political theme or political topic.
For me, it would have to be. Excuse me, I dropped something. It would have to be Rushmore by Wes Anderson. That's my favorite
movie. Awesome movie. I'm a huge fan of Wes Anderson movies. I think my absolute favorite political movie is Man of the Year with Robin Williams.
Okay. Yep.
He plays a talk show host that decides to run for president because enough people said that might be fun.
See, I like Distinguished Gentleman.
Ooh, Distinguished Gentleman's a good one. Eddie Murphy. Yeah.
Because you just can't beat Eddie Murphy, really.
I mean, people have tried, but he keeps running away.
Ohio, trending Biden.
So we might get an appearance by Ian a little later. I let him know that we were doing this live, and we would really like his unique perspective.
His take on the POC vote?
Yes, on the POC vote.
So Nick, what are and Natalie and Steve, what are some good movies that you guys have seen recently, or just in general?
So actually, we watched the other day. We watched Hubie Halloween, the Adam Sandler movie, the new Adam Sandler on Netflix. There, and even though,
hold on, guys, hold on. This just in. We have our left-wing political commentator James Sanguinetti joining us.
Oh, wonderful.
Hi, James.
I'll get some lights on. Hold on.
I was just going to say, for you, that you look awfully dark.
Well, I mean, he is a lefty.
I know we said we needed POC, but that's not what we meant.
God.
Oh, well, I mean, he's a lefty, so obviously he needed somebody to pay his light bill for him. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hey, look, guys, Joe Biden's going to win that county in North Carolina. Hey, James, good to see you.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is gonna be fun. There's no one watching. Are we live right now?
Yes, yes, we are.
Four people watching live
Whoa! Hello, everyone.
for an unannounced, unprepared live stream of the election that we.
I
just had
invited
to do
Shannon
impromptu.
when you put up the event. So
If anybody wants to hop in with us and make jokes, if you got a political joke, especially, send us a comment and I'll send you the link. Oh, are we
no.
polling for Trump?
No.
Absolutely. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
So Mike, the answer. Oh my God, Steve.
so do we have early returns on any of the East Coast races?
Yeah. Actually, it's almost half and half in Rhode Island for Biden and Trump, which is really surprising.
I'm talking about Senate and House races.
Oh, the Senate and House. No, they haven't shown those. They did on some of the other sites. I think they were predicting that McConnell was winning.
The Congress races, even though they have more power than the president. Why are we caring about those?
Yeah, who cares about Congress? It's not like they do anything anyway.
Let's just focus on the one guy that has about that much power comparatively. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hey, guys, look, people on TV.
Sleepy
You
Jim.
realize the founders of the Constitution, Article 1 is Congress, which means they were the one that cared about most. Article 2 is the president.
Far more important.
They just call Arkansas.
So James, as we were just kind of talking about stuff and just trying to have some conversation. First off, Nick asked the question, "What is your? Do you have a favorite political movie?"
Political movie?
Or
Yeah.
Nick, what was your criteria? It doesn't have to be
So
about.
the question was political movie or political topic movie.
Off the top of my head, I don't have a favorite, but one I really enjoy off the top of my head is Wag the Dog.
Oh, that's a really good one. That's Dustin Hoffman.
Yeah, that one's very entertaining. I don't think it's my favorite political movie per se, but it's the first one off the top of my head.
I don't think I have a favorite political movie.
And then I brought up the question, sort of like, what are some movies that people have been watching recently that they've been liking? And Nick was just about to talk about Hoobie Halloween.
Hoobie Halloween, yeah. So
I heard mixed reviews on it, and I'd like your take.
Well, I find it funny because I'm a fan of Adam Sandler, and I mean it's not as good as some of the '90s ones that we all remember, but to me it's still a good movie because like the twist at the end of it was really entertaining, which I won't reveal for anybody who's not seen the movie. Mm-hmm. But one of the cool things I thought about the movie was, for once, it's Adam Sandler not being overly angry or being completely mentally handicapped.
It was totally.
Yeah, he was just kind of like this super nice guy.
He was completely handicapped.
He was not handicapped.
All right, so I just looked up a list of political movies, and I found one that I actually know.
Did we upset James already by saying somebody was handicapped?
It was well, I mean, you shouldn't make fun of his people like that, but
my bad, James.
Wow.
So I've seen Bulworth.
Oh, Bulworth. Oh, that was fun. That's the one that has Praz, Maya, and ODB doing the soundtrack.
Probably. And I've seen...
Because Ian isn't on with us.
Oh, that's right, because Ian's not here yet.
Recently, I just watched over on Netflix. They just put it up on Netflix, but it's a movie that came out last year, and it's called Fisherman's Friends. And it documents the true story of a group of fishermen from Cornwall, England, and little village of Port Isaac. And every Friday since about like the early 1990s, they would get on the dock and sing sea shanties for charity. And this guy on a stag do basically finds them and gets them a record deal. It's a true story. These guys in 2010 they ended up signing like £1 million record deal. And they hit the top 10 charts. They hit in the top 10.
Wow.
So it was, and I have a big love for sea shanties and those old sailor work songs. I don't know. They just have such history and culture. I feel like Will Ferrell in The Other Guys when he's in the bar. It's full of rich history and culture. But I mean, they do because it's stories of their past and stuff.
Michael Kabuka likes Groundhog Day.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Cubica. His last name is Cubica.
Cubica.
By the way,
Yeah, well, I don't speak that language, so
What, English? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
questionable.
yeah, he's an old friend of mine, Steve.
So yeah, I love sea
I
shanties.
recognize the last name.
Yes,
I'm like,
yes.
I've written that name out.
see,
Yeah,
left,
he
Are
used to
you
hang
coming
out.
to the wedding, Mike?
left-wing commentator James Sanguinetti just let me know his internet went down. So unfortunately, we won't be hearing from the position of the left. He will be essentially
You'll be
left
from the far left.
Left
Yeah,
out.
we're here from the far left.
I'm from the far left.
I think he might still have internet if it was a socialist internet program.
Yep.
They probably still have it at this point.
There is,
Guaranteed internet.
actually.
Internet
During
isn't a privilege.
COVID.
Internet is a human right.
Internet is a human right.
Due to education, now there is actually a program
There is, yeah.
for internet for students.
Thanks, pandemic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks, horrible disease
Now
that kills thousands.
You've saved us $75 a month. Thanks.
Yeah, you know what? Everybody's grandma dies. I get to save $75. I'm saying it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So going back to sea shanties, I love them because to me it really embodies that sort of. It's a song that, or they're songs that have both form and function.
Uh-huh.
Which I think is really cool. I know we were talking about that before, but sea shanties are both form and function. They
Yes.
if they're done well, they're great auditory listening things, but they serve a function because they were made to be in rhythm on a ship, whether you're hauling anchors, whether you're pulling sheets, whether you're doing stuff like that. So I think it really is a really great combination of both form and function. And I'm also trying to start my own sea shanty group. So I'd love to do that. So if there's any men out there that want to join a men's chorus,
Just men?
yes, because we're following in the tradition of the men's choruses of Cornwall. But if you want to come in, we'll feature you, Natalie.
I will. I'll dress in drag if you want me to.
Hell yeah, we'll just get you in like a hoodie and like a hat, and then just like a fake mustache and sunglasses.
Absolutely.
And Richie, I would volunteer to help you out with that.
Awesome.
Nick, we need your political analyst opinion.
Yes.
How do you feel right now about these key battleground states? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I'm really thinking someone will be elected president in one of them, if not all of them.
God damn it. I hate you so much, man.
And this is why they pay you the big bucks, man.
Yes, that is why. So it's a really interesting race we have in that southern battleground state there, because it's almost as if one of the candidates is leading the other.
That's true.
That's amazing.
Water?
I love your analysis.
Well, interestingly enough, you say leading to water. It is considered a very fluid position, constantly changing the requirements. And in some people's opinion, it completely changes what the name is. Sometimes you're called president, sometimes dictator, sometimes horrible human being. So in the end, we know someone will have the position. Yeah, and that would be my analyst opinion.
That is true. I mean, in the end, Americans will be screwed
Yes.
over.
So, Nick, why did you vote for Trump?
So I mostly voted for him because as a child, I had a very hard time meeting women. And
damn it. Dude,
I love Richie's reactions. I love Richie's reactions so much. Oh my God. Richie, every time you react to something I say and you're like, oh my God, you just took me off guard. It's like 30 other people have just laughed behind that. And I get so energized by it.
Michael says a pipe burst mysteriously in an absentee ballot count location in Georgia. Is that true?
Oh my God. Really? I mean, they're from Georgia. So didn't only like 3/5 of those votes count?
Yeah. And Jeffrey Epstein killed himself.
Wow.
I apologize for anyone from Georgia.
No, don't just apologize to Georgia. Apologize to the black community in Georgia.
Oh, I apologize.
Did.
I didn't mean to make fun of your people.
You fucking went there, dude, and I Oh man, good for you, man. You know, I for one,
Or they're calling Michigan for
value
Trump.
my dignity and how I appear at work. So good on you, man.
Oh,
I like how they're calling projected winners for states that have no votes in yet.
I told somebody I would like the taste of their dog, and apparently that was a bad thing to say online. I don't know.
Yeah, because you're not Asian.
Oh, that's
Richie, I cannot believe you said that.
Hey,
Well,
comedy show, not safe for Earth. We're comedy. Oh no.
yeah, I know. Like our Facebook page kind of tells everybody what we do.
That is true.
Oh man! By the way, Richie, I'm
Push
really
boundaries.
glad. I'm really glad I'm rubbing off on you. That's so wonderful.
Dude,
I'm
at least you're
not.
rubbing off on something. Sorry, Natalie.
I mean, it was either my left leg or you. It's one of the two.
Speaking of rubbing off, how was that massage parlor I told you to go to?
He's
No,
not allowed.
No, it was really nice. Tell your grandma I really appreciated it.
Damn.
I mean, from
Damn,
years of
son.
making apple pies, I mean, our hands are firm.
Yeah, they are. We are still
So are
talking.
her apples.
Those apples were not firm anymore. They've been rotten for many years now.
Real
I'll just tell you, she knows how to coat a strudel.
Real question though for Nick. How do you like them?
His grandmother's apples.
Yeah, how do you like them apples?
Oh, that's
I wasn't expecting the laughs on that, so thank you. I was just that was just a really shitty pun, but
yeah, it was good.
I know. Well, it was because I think we didn't get it at first.
Yeah.
You're a big fan of dad jokes, so.
Yeah.
By the way,
All right, so like when we first started watching this program, it was saying stuff like Biden is projected to win because of like 1%, 13% of the vote. How can you call a state for so little? Like this one is 53% of the vote is in, but like it's only 8 percentage points. Like in the next 47% of the vote, like it could shift. How are you going to say, I know it says
Well,
too
they're
early to call for
basing-
anybody who's calling me out for that, but like, come
They're
on.
basing it on past swings. They're basing it on polls.
Like this one says Trump's projected to win Tennessee with only 46% of the vote. Now, I totally believe he's going to win Tennessee because I've been to Tennessee and I'm pretty sure they're going to vote for him. But like, come on. Oh, I just read that Vermont's Republican governor has said he voted for Biden.
How do you like them apples?
So like,
Could just be
them
lying,
apples. They
too.
taste good. Them Granny Smith.
no, I think it's hilarious that people in Trump's own party are publicly letting people know.
It's okay.
Not just privately doing it and then saying it later, but they're coming outright and being like, "We're part of your party and we don't want you. Get out."
you know why? You know why they're doing that? That way, in case Trump wins and the hate mob comes around to burn down everyone's house, they'll pass over theirs. Hopefully,
I've seen over the last couple of hours, I've seen so many posts about people saying, "Well, if Biden wins, there'll be a civil war. If Trump wins, there'll be a civil war." And like one of them, I had to respond with, you know what? Everything that's been going on over the last all of existence of America, it wasn't as bad as like I don't think all of the current stuff this year is as bad as like the 1960s, and we didn't have a civil war in the 1960s. I mean, things are bad, and I'm really glad a lot of this stuff has come to light for most of the rest of the people who were like, "Oh, we're so great." I'm glad a lot of this kind of came to the surface because it's always been there. Like this stuff has happened. We're just now, well, for a lot of people, they're just now finding out this stuff happens. But like it's still not as severe as the 1960s, and we didn't have a civil war. So why would we have one now?
you know what? I think they should go out in the streets, and there should be a civil war between the left and the right. And that way, everyone who's dumb enough to leave their house and fight each other will get COVID and die.
Right?
So-
Can I have a question? Can we put it on Twitter and call it Political Rumble?
Oh, that'd be fun.
Come on.
Except people like me and Steve who do not lean left or right, like we would be considered like the people who decided not to choose, and we would be choosing both.
You guys are like the Roman generals that didn't really fight, but just kind of like stayed on top of the hill.
That's
like,
exactly
on your
right.
horses.
You're like,
Yeah, that's
go team, go.
Go team, go!
Team, go.
yeah.
And for anyone watching at home, we do have NSFE masks for sale. Speaking of COVID and death,
Yeah.
they're on sale, $10. We'll get you one of these beautiful. Hold on, let me put it on.
That Steve couldn't figure out how to put on.
I'm just mad that COVID-19 hasn't killed off all the old white Republican men yet.
How dare you wish death on people who should have died from polio?
Or at least measles and mumps.
Well,
won't
yeah.
vaccine their kids.
Come on. Measles, mumps, rubella. It should have killed them off already. What the hell?
All I know is that no matter the results of this election, I just hope AOC runs next.
Talk about.
I'm actually hoping for Joe Jorgensen in the next one. I know, Richie, your opinion, but I really want a third party for once to get some debate time, to get some real time
So
in
talk
action.
to me about the Green Party. What's going on with that?
So the Green Party is
They don't even know where they are right now. They're probably all high and sitting in their mother's basements.
Dude, that's more safe than being.
You know what? But you know who's sitting right next to them are all the libertarians. So it's fine.
That's true.
The libertarians and the Green Party are all high in their basement right now. It's okay. I can make fun of the Green Party and make fun of.
I'm just scared because people are actually writing in Kanye West.
You know what? That would be very American of us to elect Kanye and have Kim be the first lady. I mean, it would accurately represent us as what we are as a nation.
Can you guys imagine for 1 second if we did have that rating thing that they're
the ranked choice
voting for president?
Yeah.
And Kanye actually won president. Like, think about that for a second.
That'd be super fun. At least the country would know how to dance really well.
It would
Al
be
Gore
like
would suck his dick.
Al Gore would suck his dick.
I'm just trying to make weird political jokes. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah,
I think that'd be interesting.
Just not trying, guys.
Ebony and Ivory, but
ooh, that'd be fun.
Dude,
yeah, President Kanye here.
Kanye West and Al Gore
I'm just reminding y'all to go out and vote and then buy my new shoes.
and once again that I have made a law that outlaws Taylor Swift.
I'm the greatest president since Jesus.
Oh my God, Arkansas just voted somebody by the name of Cotton into office.
God damn.
I wonder who picked him.
You mean somebody picked Cotton?
Yeah.
That's what I just said, Natalie.
No one picks Cotton in Arkansas. Oh shit.
Way to steal my joke, Natalie.
So that's why I love my wife, because she just came up with that joke. That's awesome.
I'm gonna kill both of you.
I did steal that joke, but to be fair,
Wait.
Richie has stolen like 3 of my jokes tonight because he's been quick.
Wait, who did she steal that joke from?
I literally 2 seconds before she said it, I said, "So you mean somebody picked Cotton?"
Oh, we didn't hear you. Sorry,
Steve. You deserve to have something stolen from you. You have too much privilege.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to introduce to the live stream Amy Schumer is here.
Amy Schumer.
Because of the whole joke stealing.
Yeah, I got it.
Talking about.
You know what? I don't think she could actually do any of my jokes. I don't know.
I don't. Amy Schumer and her husband Carlos Mencia.
Yeah.
Also joke stealer.
I'm gonna make up a. Hold on. I'm gonna write a Amy Schumer joke right now.
You are an Amy Schumer joke.
Just say parallel thinking and then. Fucking McConnell, man.
Hey, bear with me, guys. I got to share this on the Facer Booker. How do I share this?
You go to Facebook.
I'm doing it.
Oh, wow. Look at Texas. Holy shit, man.
There we go.
Texas is wicked close.
Oh, hold on.
Except Texas is.
You said Texas is wicked close?
Yeah.
That's
okay.
crazy.
Here's my Amy Schumer joke that I just made up off the top of my head.
Go blue.
So I was hooking up with this guy, but then he stopped because I was acting all crazy. But it's not my fault. It was my time of the month. I told him, sometimes I overreact.
Huh?
Overreact.
Oh.
Sorry, it takes one to know one. So
My vagina.
Steve, I'm gonna ask you real quick to leave the live stream. Perfect, thanks. All right, guys, he's gone. We can do whatever we want. We're having a pizza party. Guys, teacher's gone. Let's order pizza. Guys, let's
fight the punch, guys.
Guys, if the teacher isn't here for the first 15 minutes, we can legally leave.
This guy looks like he survived the Spanish flu.
He did.
This guy looks like he was designed by Disney Pixar.
Oh my God! Yes, he's like a thin guy from Up.
You know, if we were going to remake this into a movie, he'd be played by Ed Begley Jr.
You know what? I'm pretty sure that's what Mike Pence would look like if he contracted AIDS.
Ooh.
I'm not saying you're right. I'm just agreeing with you.
Hey, sorry about that, guys. My internet went down for a few minutes.
No,
We're just watching Mike Pence with AIDS, giving us election updates.
Okay, so while I was busy, I was writing down some of the
Cory Booker, projected winner of New Jersey.
what?
Booker.
Cory Booker.
Wait,
Yes,
didn't he run for president?
he did.
Yes, he was running for president because his name is Cory Booker.
I was looking up something earlier, and I was talking because we're kind of like in this like quote election season for what feels like a whole year.
Uh-huh.
And what I would love to see happen, maybe the U.S. could experiment with it, but I believe France, you're only allowed to campaign, or they start the election season 2 weeks before the election.
Ooh.
You have 2 weeks to convince your supporters.
The problem with that is enforcement. So if you try to do that, like, what if I'm like out as, you know, say Joe Biden's out talking to people? Is that campaigning? Like, can you do that? Like it's very hard to enforce things like a time frame.
How about no TV ads until 2 weeks before?
Yeah, like Richie, why don't we just follow the laws of France, and that would make sense because obviously they've dealt with that problem. But at the like, to me though, like, do we really want to copy a country well known for its cowardice and cheese? I mean, do we really want to do that?
Wait, did it say Cunningham's winning in North Carolina?
But
what?
Hey, if we follow France, we do get the French women. So.
Oh, never mind. Let's do exactly what they've done. You know, they're very cool with having mistresses. Let's do what they've done.
No.
Never mind.
You know what? I think it's worth it just for the wine.
Yeah.
France model.
And I don't mean the champagne and the Bordeaux. No, I mean bitching and moaning.
Yes.
I'd like to point out the American Revolution was 1776. The French Revolution was 1792. So they followed us. So all their shit.
Yeah, except there was one a little bit awry. So about that.
Yeah, there's one a little.
Yeah, a little bit of Robespierre and
They ended
stuff.
up killing the people who started it. So yeah. Oh wow, look at Colorado.
Oh, and then they had a dictator take over. Holy crap! I was following this race just because of this guy's name, Hickenlooper.
But I mean,
It looks like he's going to die.
Apparently, to run for office, you have to have a really ridiculous last name.
like James and Peter.
That sounds like two halves of one guy, James Peters.
Yeah.
Together, they form one person.
Oh no! Yeah, I love these 0% like returns. They make me so happy. What?
Wow. Okay.
That's not a race I was looking at.
Okay, cool.
But just
I'm pretty sure the guy on the right is missing a chromosome.
Worth 3.
Damn. Holy fuck.
Right
I
now,
don't know some of these candidates.
The 37 Republicans in the House.
Well,
No, this
first
is Senate.
off, that number's misleading because we started at 35-30 for Democrats. So
Oh.
Democrats only picked up 4 seats and Republicans picked up 7 seats so far. So that is a misleading little statistic because
Well, thank you for
You
that.
expect the media to not mislead people? What century are you living in?
there's 35 seats up for grabs. So 65 were there's no elections for. So it was 35 Democrats were static and 30 Republicans were static. So 35 seats were
So Republicans have actually gained more seats in the Senate.
Guys,
Yeah,
we actually have
won
a
7 or
special message coming in. Hold on a sec. Hello, COVID-19, saying my good hellos to the NSFE crew. I'm checking in after making my way back to New England. I love Massachusetts this time of year. I'm delighted and excited to see the results of tonight's election. As you know, I have a proverbial dog in this race. Well, what will you silly Americans do? Nothing surprises me at this point. There's only one real choice, America. And that is, we must keep America great. Well, see you later. The grocery store, CVS, Walgreens, anywhere really. Good night. COVID-19 checking in.
COVID. Thank you.
Let's actually talk about that for a second because we're trying to do a political thing for once. But let's talk about that. Well, like in you guys' opinion, okay? Who do you think, in your opinion, and I'm assuming I know what you guys are going to say on this, but who do you guys think is actually going to be able to handle this next round of COVID in a more, let me say, in a more presidential way? Not necessarily a more effective way, because who knows what that actually is, but in a more presidential way.
You really have to ask that question? Come on, man.
Biden over my shoulder.
Come on, man.
I
I was answering the effective question.
Oh,
Sorry.
the effective question.
have faith in one person and one person only, and that is Kanye West. So he is the only candidate that
What we're gonna do, we're gonna find the COVID in the hole it's hiding in. We're gonna squish it with some Red Octobers.
I personally think the guy that's going to do it the most presidential is the guy that helped to set up the original White House task force before it was taken away by our current administration.
Yeah, but President Obama is not allowed to be president again.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm talking about
That's
Biden.
not true at all, actually.
Fauci?
He's limited to 10 years, not 8 years.
Excuse me, that's
technically
not true.
So if the vice president gets replaced, becomes vacant with under 2 years or under, Obama can assume the vice presidency and become president. The limit is 10 years, not 8 years.
And then when Biden starts soiling his diaper on a daily basis, Obama would take over.
Actually, there's no term limits on vice president. He can be nominated for vice president. However, if it comes to him filling presidency and it would be more than 2 years, I think it would pass him over to
speaker at that point.
Hey
To the
James,
speaker
sorry
out.
to interrupt, but you left this at my house last weekend. I know it was inserted somewhere. You even have the safety pull tab if it got lost. But I just thought I'd return it to you because
Can you do me a favor and just sniff it real quick?
Yeah, well, it's mainly
who are you talking to?
James.
You.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what that is.
Now,
talking
James,
politics.
I don't know what this was for.
Like butt
but
toy.
James, I don't know what this one was for, but I'm assuming same purpose.
Is that a microphone? It's a microphone cover, right?
Yeah.
I actually just bought a shotgun mic to use for filming sketches and to film our live show that's now canceled.
Guys,
Whoa.
Texas is dead even according to percentage.
So the problem is if it depends on if these polls are counting early voting. Early voting is expected to be heavily Democratic. So
right, and of the day is supposed to be strongly
well,
Republican.
I don't know how much of that total encompasses early voting. So
Richie,
Well, actually, James,
didn't you say President Trump was going to join us tonight? I thought he was going to make an appearance.
Oh, dude, I
So-
can't guarantee that, man.
James, that's what they were saying earlier on. What was it? The Peacock Network, which is NBC, but
I know.
news program for them. But that's what they were saying was like some of the percentage you see is mostly early voting, but it's not 100% counting today voting.
Real quick, I have to
And
point
so,
out the
like,
name of that
Percentages are
North
not
Carolina.
100% accurate right now because of that.
Real quick, I have to point out earlier there was a guy. His name was Burgum, and I just thought, oh, like wintergreen. That's a Burgum. Guys, I can't
Look
be
how
here
close
anymore.
that is in North Carolina.
Hey, you know what's funny? So on Google, Trump is winning the popular vote.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, by 2 percentage points.
Okay, you mean with 2 percentage points, but there's a 5% error margin?
I don't know what the percentage of error is, but it says so Biden has 48% of the vote and Trump has 50.3 of the vote total for the country so far. So I find that surprising. I would figure that Biden would have a bigger lead in the popular vote.
I would too, actually.
So does that mean that we get to win this time?
By we, you mean the Democrats?
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
I'm just saying because last.
Oh, you mean the electoral? Was that a joke about the electoral college?
Yeah.
Nah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
We're gonna well, quite frankly, right now we're outvoted on screen.
Yeah.
It's 3-2.
Wait.
Oh, it's fine.
We need a 1-to-1.
Well, yeah, it's actually 1-1. But
Nick and I voted third party.
yeah, we did.
Okay. I was like,
Yeah, we both voted for libertarians.
One or different.
I honestly, so people are worried. People are like, oh well. First of all, I knew she wouldn't win, and second of all, even if you did have a libertarian president, a lot of the stuff that libertarians want to, a lot of the things libertarians want to do, like she wouldn't be able to actually put in place without Congress support anyway. Right. So, like, what is she gonna do? Like,
so I voted libertarian. Yes, that's my party, but I voted libertarian because I really badly want to see a third party for the next election. So I want to get that 5% minimum.
First off, did you vote yes on question 2? That's the real question. That's
Wait, question 2. Is that the ranked choice voting?
Yeah.
No,
yes.
I voted yes on that. I voted no on 1, I believe.
Number 1 was ranked choice.
Yeah, number 1 was ranked choice
but
in
that
Mass.
cannot include
the
presidential race.
Are you still registered in Massachusetts?
I'm still registered in Mass.
What? Yeah, he's
been there for how long?
me and Natalie both voted yes for ranked choice voting.
But that does not include presidential race.
Not yet, but if enough states vote for it, then it goes up to presidential.
For what it's worth,
question 2 is ranked choice voting. What was question 1?
This year.
Oh, then question 1 was for the.
Question 1 was ranked choice. Question 2.
No, it says I pulled it up right now.
The other way around.
Yeah, the other one was automotive one.
That's actually the other way around. Question 1 was
mechanics, whatever.
Mechanics auto database.
I think I voted yes on both then.
I had no clue what the hell 1 was, so I just said yes, but that's from what I heard. I could not explain 1 if you held a gun to my head.
I actually understood what that was. So it has to do with proprietary parts that automotive manufacturers have. So their automotive manufacturers are making it harder for third-party repair shops to work on cars because some of the proprietary parts. So
it's the data the car shares.
Yeah.
Right. So it's about the firmware and the software that the cars run on now. And a lot of car companies like BMW and Lexus keep that as intellectual property, but that basically is putting certain repair shops out of business because
it's kind of like how
cars. So
Apple. I'm sorry, you can finish.
Great. So in Massachusetts, what we're voting on, if we say yes, is we're allowing everybody's favorite mechanic to have access to that information so they can still work on our car.
Yeah, that's what I gathered from it. But
right,
the other end of it is that they say that you would be sharing personal information.
And
no, you would be sharing. It would be information about your
car information.
Yeah.
I was.
We need to decide.
I was comparing it to Apple. So Apple's making it harder for repair shops to fix iPhones.
Yep.
Yeah. Because they're putting, for instance, there was a test done on the new iPhone 12, and this guy opened 2 brand new iPhone 12s, swapped the camera lenses, and just by switching the camera lens, the camera didn't work because the camera was tied to that phone, like somehow paired to it. So it knew when you change one part out or a battery.
We need to make a drinking game. So we each pick a candidate, and anytime
come on, man,
they win a state,
drink mine.
They win a state, we drink. Or do a shot, drink whatever. So let's pick. Obviously, I'm pretty sure me, Richie, and Natalie will be Biden's. I don't know if you guys want to be the Trumpers. No,
I mean, for this scenario, we will be, but just publicly, we want everybody to know, all 4 of you who are watching, me and Steve are not Republicans, nor do we back Trump.
North Dakota whole 3 electoral votes.
I'll put the score up on the bottom.
Alabama.
What?
Florida.
So how many is Trump and Biden? How much are they expected to win for electoral votes as of right now?
I last I checked, it was about 300 Biden to 250, 58 or whatever. It adds up to 538. So
you're talking overall. What I meant, James, like last time I tuned into a show prior to coming on live with you guys, I
got the answer if you want it.
Biden had 3 electoral votes from Vermont, and Trump had 11 from somewhere. I think it was Indiana.
This is that projected from the Associated Press / Google.
Yep. Okay, so we got 92 to 119.
Right.
Wow.
But there's a lot of states that they're not official. That's just a projection, so we don't know.
Yeah. But I also saw that there's a bunch of states on there that have huge electoral votes left.
It looks like Florida's going Biden. Fuck you, Florida. And
did you say Florida's going Biden?
Sorry, Trump. And Texas is going Biden.
Actually, Trump took a lead, bigger lead in Florida. He's up 51.3.
The early returns from Miami came back with Miami was a huge stronghold for Clinton, and Biden barely won it, which was a bad sign because that's where.
Come on, man.
Actually, I think it was Chuck, somebody or other on this network here was talking about earlier when we either first went live or right before we went live. He was talking about the difference in the
2016
when
Hillary and
yes,
guys, I'll be right back.
There's a huge difference in the amount of people who are voting for Democrats and Republicans. It's far closer now than it was when Hillary and Trump went at it. Like far closer. Like even county by county, the percentages are much closer.
I put the link in the chat if anybody wants to join us on stream. And I'm going to link the masks again if anybody wants to buy a face mask. We have these beautiful NSFE face masks to protect you from COVID-19.
Hey,
I'm sure we'll be happy about that.
If you're still watching, Cubes, if you're still watching, come join us, man. Come join us.
I'm going to go quickly piss away my troubles.
Okay, I have to go get something to do shots with.
Yes, you should.
So some of the races I was interested in, obviously McConnell. I have some written down.
He actually looks like he's about to win, though.
He is? Damn it.
Yeah, it looks like it. For a little bit there, I thought McGrath, whatever her name is, was going to win. But it looks like he's come out a couple of percentage above her now.
What about Lindsey Graham?
No idea.
That's because he's coughing all over the Democrats.
Oh.
Collins in Maine.
I refuse to get tested.
I didn't see, James, I didn't see what the percentage was between Collins and Gideon.
I still can't believe Hickenlooper is winning.
I still can't believe somebody picked cotton in Arkansas. There was a candidate.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It was awesome. And Steve made the joke, but I didn't hear him, so I remade the joke.
Yeah, but you were loud and proud about it.
I was.
You were loud and proud about it. Steve just has tendency to mumble. We're the only ones on screen now.
Oh no, I was running over to get some booze.
No, it's okay. If you want to step away for a couple of minutes, we're not going to whine about that at all. Feel free.
God damn it, look at that. It's a 300,000 vote lead with
Baba Booey.
Baba Booey.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, Pennsylvania makes sense. Wow. Look at that. He's barely winning by
0.6.
Wow.
But it's Texas.
Yeah.
This is 3.2 million remaining. That's way too close to call.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look, 0-0.
They don't know who they're voting for, but
it looks
they
like nobody's voting in Arizona at all.
Okay, so I'm going to start making a list of states that have been called. Do we know the states that have been called yet?
I only know of Vermont and Indiana, and that's it.
Okay, so Trump has Indiana, I assume, right?
Yes, he does. And Biden has Vermont, which is only 11-3.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go. 89 to 63. Apparently, Google doesn't work for you, Steve.
So
It's
Biden has Colorado, New York,
What is
Massachusetts, Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland. Well, I was reading earlier that they called Virginia for Biden.
Which
Yeah, but Trump is up by a huge amount.
yeah, he is. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
Google's still showing they're calling it for Biden, but
Okay. Steve, can we ignore the popular vote? It was proved last election that
Yes.
the popular vote doesn't matter.
yeah, but Biden still has to get enough electoral votes.
By the way, that's bullshit.
It looks like, although I'm not a.
But if you look at all the projections, though, the projections were that Biden would have a huge lead in the popular vote, which is why I'm surprised right now that Trump is in the lead.
Yeah,
popular
well, he is for the popular vote, but it looks like he is for electoral, I guess, too. No, Biden's winning electoral votes.
Yep. It's not a huge difference, but I believe what I had read before was that Biden would have something like a 3 to 5% lead in the popular vote.
Yeah, and he doesn't have that at all.
He's up by 8 to 10 points nationwide, which means he should win by 8%.
Right.
So I just want to mention this that I really think that most states should the only way the electoral college should vote is based on the popular vote of that state, and I know that's not true for a lot of states, especially for the swing states.
No, that's how it works. To win a state's electors, except for 2 states, if you win the popular vote in a state, you get all the electors except for Maine and I think Nebraska, where they do it percentage-wise. But every other state, it's a majority, winner take all, majority popular vote wins all the electors.
Let's see what Fox News is saying.
But it's not necessarily the correct one because you can still vote your conscience.
So
This is Fox.
So James, here's my question then on that. If that's the way it works, then how did Hillary lose if she won the popular vote then?
Oh, because when you take a collection of states, like let me use 3 states as an example.
Yeah,
one has 5 votes and 2 have 3 votes. So the 5-vote one, Biden wins 10 million to 1 million. And then the other 2 states, Trump wins 3 million to 2 million. So Trump's total is 7 million, whereas Biden's total is 14 million. However, Trump would have 6 electoral votes to his 5. Because if you win by a huge margin in certain states, you still only get those electors.
Right.
So it means when she won by a bigger amount than Trump won in his states.
Okay. He won in the states that mattered more. She won more votes.
Not necessarily matter more, but
that have a higher electoral.
Hey,
West Virginia goes to Trump.
This guy looks like if you dug up Abe Vigoda and put him on TV. That's what this guy looks like.
okay, so
all states matter, in my opinion. Really, when it boils down to it.
Nice.
You know,
This guy looks like a ventriloquist dummy come to life.
Yes. All of a sudden, we're gonna have what's his name come up from behind.
They both reach for the vote. They both reach for the vote. They both reach for the vote.
Jeff.
Speaking of dummies, you know what? Joe Biden looks like that Jeff Dunham doll, the old man, the grumpy one.
Walter, yeah, my favorite.
Doesn't Joe Biden kind of look like Walter?
Yeah, Yeah, he does.
A skinnier Walter. Walter's kind of chubby.
Smiling.
Hey, doesn't this guy look like he should have a requirement where he shouldn't come near a school, within 50 feet?
I feel that about a lot of Republicans, by the way.
Disney villain.
Oh, he does look like a Disney villain. Yeah. Oh my God, he looks like he paid for his kids to go to college at Harvard, and then they all dropped out because they all wanted to be musicians.
He was the first Department of Homeland Security. He was the first one.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Oh my God, no wonder it didn't do much.
Former Pennsylvania Governor Tom Ridge.
he looks like he keeps a roll of quarters in his chin, just hidden away, ready to go.
Well, you
Bravo.
never know when you're going to have to park the car.
The guy on the top right who we were talking about earlier looks like that one Muppet that's like an eagle. that does the news.
Sam again. Sam the Eagle.
Yep.
Nah, that's an insult to Charles Krauthammer.
Yeah.
Does anyone
You know,
know
since I have the sound off, any of you guys want to do a dub of what he's saying?
Ooh.
Do I really want to dub a guy who talks out of the side of his mouth? Not really.
Back in my day, we didn't have elections. We just polled all the white people and picked who they wanted. I mean, that's how it should work.
Oh, I know what this guy's saying. This guy's saying, if it hadn't have been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd have been married a long time ago. Where do you come from?
Her
Where
and
did
the
you go?
Oh, Tuberville beat Jones. Tuberville is the guy that beat out Sessions. Tuberville is, I'm not joking, he was like a high school like football coach or something. And when Sessions pissed off Trump, Trump went out of his way to endorse Tuberville.
Guys,
So-
Arkansas picks Cotton.
Look like
Cotton was
won.
picked.
Cotton was picked in Arkansas.
God, why are we making these jokes?
Because it's way funny.
Now we can make a song of
We're
the
not
South.
safe for Earth, James.
Yeah.
Picking for one.
Hey guys, look, this woman picked Ellen's haircut because she thought at least Ellen would like her.
She looks like she has this haircut in solidarity.
She looks like
Did you smell that, Ryan?
No, I'm sorry. I smelled something else. I could have sworn it was rotten vagina. Oh, it
love
wasn't on screen. I'm not
I
sure.
love that goop candle.
Goop.
Holy crap.
what's this guy saying?
What I think is more people need to vote for people like me, and I've got these old wonderful pods in my ears, and I'd just like to do a nice big shout out to Apple real quick for giving me these beautiful little
Guys,
pods.
quickly, does he have a secret board on the left-hand side of the screen? Is that a secret board?
A what board?
A secret board. You remember how my boss's house had like secret boards? I think he
Oh
has.
yeah,
Yeah, so you think he's like,
That's kind of look like it. Yeah.
is he one of those Tom Cruises?
So wait, how come all the rest of the guys look like they're in a den or an office, and she looks like she's sequestered in a basement with a tiny little bird cage?
Because she is.
She's mourning the passing of Sean Connery.
Coincidentally, that's her favorite movie.
30.
The Bird.
McConnell's gonna win.
The turtle?
There was
Yeah,
a
apparently the
huge push for McGrath. Fuck.
Oh yeah. Oh, he whooped her hard. Although from the look of it, she's probably used to it. Look, guys, Louisiana.
No one cares about Louisiana.
Yeah, are we surprised that in Louisiana the guy of privilege won?
That's the one
that's
swamp
too bad.
Collins is winning. Collins is basically a Democrat half the time.
What?
Collins?
Yeah, not
Who's
so
in
much.
Collins?
Collins is the only person who voted against Barrett in the Senate for Republicans.
Wait,
Only person.
against who?
Barrett.
Oh.
So
The reason why I said it is because, like, my ex-wife is really entrenched in the Democrat Party in Maine, and she was all for Gideon and like very anti Collins.
yeah, Collins is still a Republican at heart, but she's an anti-Trump Republican. I think that's more because of the nature of her state than anything else. When asked about Barrett, she said, "What's fair is fair." Calling back to 2016, and that's why she voted against the confirmation of Barrett. So,
Okay.
which is true because they ignored why am I blanking on his name? Obama's nominee,
Merrick Garland?
Garland.
Yeah.
I've been reading a lot about what
I too like Justice Christmas decoration.
the Republicans did. You know, Republicans not only refused to hear about Garland, they refused to hold hearings on like almost 100 lower court vacancies. So there were 100 court vacancies that sat for most of that election year until Trump came in and filled them all. So they completely loaded the lower courts as well.
Right. which still didn't work in their
So,
favor, which
I have
I
a
think is
question.
hilarious.
No, you don't know that yet. We don't know the ramifications for years.
Like, how can you not hear it? Like, I don't understand. They decided not to show up, so they couldn't have it.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think it should be a law that if I have to show up for work, and if I miss work 3 times, I should get ousted.
oh, Cory Booker won.
I've just been eating candy this whole time.
Bravo,
Democrat.
Richie.
We're talking about the election, and Richie's working over there getting diabetes, hoping for that socialized medicine.
I agree, Natalie.
Just kidding.
Like,
I just
definitely
fucking
Well,
just have like just a tear start falling.
that's fine, but you can't block the meeting. Like, you can't not go to the meeting.
I
You
mean,
want to filibuster? Fine.
but that's part of their unfortunately, that's part of their privilege, and that's part of
But
their.
too.
You're right. I
Part
don't
of
think
their
it is
privilege.
either. I don't think they should
Because
have the
they're
right to
elected.
screw shit. I don't think it should be part of their right to screw
Well, what they
shit.
should have done is, if they didn't want Garland, they should have just voted on it and just voted no.
Right.
Exactly.
They should have absolutely. Absolutely.
Hey,
So
real quick.
that's political suicide. Because Garland was too good of a nominee that by voting against him, it would be ammunition for opposition in the elections. So
And how come it wasn't ammunition by not showing up?
Well, the Democrats have used it as ammunition against them, so
They
yeah, but
tried.
look, them not. It's not that they didn't show up. It's that they didn't hold the hearings.
they wouldn't have to. They wouldn't vote on it.
So
Yeah,
no,
they-
you have to have the hearings before the vote.
Right.
So since there was no hearings, it's not any in particular senator's
Oh,
fault.
shit.
Where if you hold the vote and they vote against it, now it's on your record that you voted against Garland because you're
Yeah.
like, why did you vote against him? Like, this guy was a qualified candidate. So South Dakota, I knew this race was going to go.
Yep. I just saw the Lindsey Graham one, James, you were asking about before.
Yeah.
Lindsey is projected to win.
Cocaine Mitch.
Lindsey
Hey.
Graham is South Carolina.
Real quick,
Yeah.
did anyone else when they were a kid pretend that sweet tarts were like Molly?
I'm pretty sure you're the only one.
It was as a
I
little.
didn't know what it was.
I did smoke the fake sugar cigarettes as a kid
Yes, I
that you
did.
used to
Oh,
get.
Trump is pulling ahead in Texas by a tiny
Oh
bit.
no! Yeah, but not
Oh
by
no!
hold on.
Not
That's
even
not
by
a lot.
a single percent.
Yeah, that's not a lot yet, Steve. Although I do believe he is going to win Texas in the end, but it's not enough to say anything yet.
Texas.
So the swing states are Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Florida, Arizona, and I don't know. I'm trying to remember what each side needs to win between those. So
I'm not really a big fan of the swing states. I prefer the merry-go-round states.
Dude, you're just not a fan of the swing states because every time you go with your wife to one of their parties, she ends up leaving with another husband.
It's true. We go to the seesaw states like Connecticut.
Oh, that's just
I
nice.
love it.
I will say this much though. I actually find it rather interesting that Texas is so close. Like Texas, we all have this conception of Texas of being so red, so conservative, so Republican, and yet the race is so stupid close.
So the
Well,
problem
the
is
big cities are really left-leaning, especially
Yeah,
like
well,
Austin.
Steve,
not
every
all of them.
big
San
city-
Antonio and Austin is very liberal. Dallas is kind of split.
Austin is like known to be like a super hippie.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Austin's
college
super
town.
liberal. Well, here's the thing: is urban areas in general are generally Democratic.
Yeah, they're generally left leaning.
That's why all the urban areas in almost every state vote primarily Democratic.
Right.
There's also a lot of people who have been fleeing states like California and moving to Texas. So California's been having a lot of issues, and a lot of people have been moving from California to places like Texas. So, and then obviously a lot of people in California are more left-leaning, so could be adding to the increase of people on the left in Texas.
It could be, but like honestly, it's not the major cities in Texas that really like dominate fucking Texas when it comes to like how it's voting. Like majority of the time, Texas is fucking red like a motherfucker. Like everybody has that conception. It usually votes red on a regular basis. And yet this year, it's so stupid close. I find that very interesting. It would be actually, honest to God, it'd be even more interesting if it actually did flip to a blue state for the first time, or at least the first time in a long time.
So Texas?
Yeah, it'd be wicked entertaining to me because I'd really.
So in 2016, it was 52% to 43%.
Texas has the second highest population, I believe, next to California. So,
Okay.
Yep.
But it's mostly concentrated in urban areas. I'm actually amazed that it's remained a red state for so long.
Oh, okay. Based on that info, yeah, I gotcha. But like, it's always pretty much been. I mean, in most of my lifetime, I've never known Texas to be anything other than a red state.
I think that just has to do with history, though. Like the Bushes are from Texas, so like siding with the Bushes, like there's such a huge political influence. Most of them, there's probably a list of other major Republicans from Texas. 119 to 90
from SpongeBob.
Okay, how can you say 119 to 92, man, when we just saw NBC?
Some states were called, is what happened. What states have been called? Right now, my count is 72 to 89.
That's what the projection on Google.
Yeah, stop looking at Google, man. Use NBC. Obviously, that's like right. Google. Sex with me is like Google. Constantly tells me I'm doing better than I am.
So I have CNN on this, and CNN has it at 89 to 54 in favor of Biden.
Yep.
Obviously, where this is NBC. NBC has it at 89 to 72. So,
Amy Klobuchar. She's the Mitt Romney of Democrats.
Even Mitt Romney didn't vote against Barrett, and that kind of surprised me.
I don't know if you guys are looking at the questions in mass right now, but looks like the amend right to repair law is going yes right now at 73.8% yes. But ranked choice voting right now is at 54.3% no.
Oh no, that's too bad.
No.
Yeah.
That would help. That would actually help third parties compete.
Yeah, people are fucking stupid.
Afraid of their people losing.
So
you get people like I don't want to call out names, but
not that I want to tell too much about what I do for a living or where I work, because I can't talk about that anymore. Apparently, because people want to bitch at my job just because I tell.
It's.
Oh, don't worry. I also called that person's job.
Yeah. So anyway,
just let it go.
Majority of the people that I've talked to at work don't understand what ranked choice voting is or how it would work, and so they voted no because it was strange and unfamiliar. And I said, well, why didn't you look it up to find out what it meant? And they were like, well, because that would involve work.
Yeah.
And so
this is my opinion for why most people are Republicans, by the way, because they don't want to research issues. They just go with the easy route. It's like being pro-life. Like,
should you have to pass the test in order to vote?
No one wants to understand the complexities and the nuances of what a woman has to go through in getting an abortion. They're like, you know what? Fuck it. Babies are getting killed. I'll take the easy route. So
James, it's never been my experience that people on either the left or the right were big fans of doing any bit of looking into things at all.
I'm not entirely disagreeing with you, but if you want to ask me which side is going to do more research, and again, this is a gross generalization in that Democrats are more educated than Republicans. It's not entirely.
You're a Democrat. You're also saying that because you're a Democrat.
It's fairly true. But again,
I don't think people should vote on questions like that if they don't know what the questions are.
Well, but you don't really have an option of that sometimes, Steve. When people see questions, and this is actually from social psychology, if you put a question in front of somebody that has only two options, they're just going to pick one. They won't abstain from answering.
Can you abstain from answering?
I have two words for you guys. Ready?
Yeah.
So that means we need to.
That's it. Like, if anything taught you that giving voters the right to choose on an important issue, Brexit should teach you something. Brexit was totally favored by people until it happened, and they're like, "What the fuck did I just do?" you cannot trust people to make reasonable choices when it's a complex issue. That's my
So I think if we don't get ranked choice voting in mass, and I think what we need to do is just people need to spread the message more. It's the only thing we can do. I mean, obviously, in my perfect world, people would have to demonstrate some level of knowledge about what they're voting for in order to vote. But I don't.
We need to do. You don't even live in Massachusetts, man.
That's very true.
I'm not registered in Rhode Island, so I'm registered in Mass.
Yeah,
you've been around for like 2 years, dude. How are you not registered?
Trump voted in Florida.
So James,
I'd say in my perfect world,
like I completely agree with you on it. Like, honest to God,
I'd say
I'm not in favor of people not voting because they don't know what they're talking about. But in my perfect world, people wouldn't be able to vote unless they actually knew what the hell they were voting on. Because I think most people would support ranked choice voting if they actually knew what it was.
Well, of course they
haven't called Graham yet, although he's up by like 10 points. One thing I want to say is so in previous elections, the way you get these numbers is what you do is you have exit polls. How do you have exit polls when like 80% of the votes were mail-in? Like
that's true.
How are they doing exit polls at all?
Look at this. He's projected to win based on 9% of the vote.
Yeah, I never figure this shit out.
So Richie, you were trying to say something?
Yeah, we're talking about perfect worlds. My perfect world would be like Logan's Run, where once you hit 27, they just kill you. And
yo, fuck off, dude! Like majority of the fucking cast right now is
everyone but him. Everyone's over 27.
Oh my God!
Not safe for a takeover. Richie takeover.
Oh my God.
All right, Richie. I'm going to give you all my logins. You now own the group.
Yeah.
I'm going to go hang myself.
Richie,
or maybe not hang myself like Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, my palm is now glowing, Richie. All right.
Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
No, my perfect world, the election will be decided by that creature from Pan's Labyrinth with these eyes in his hands.
Oh my God.
Runs it.
I mean, I really want ranked choice voting because I want third parties to get more votes. And people are like, well, I can't vote Green Party because I don't want Trump to win. Or I can't vote Libertarian because I don't want Trump to win or Biden to win.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you have the ranked choice voting, I think that solves people's problems where we can get 25-30% of the vote through a third party.
Well, I think part of the major problem, and I'm sorry to cut you off, sweetie, is just I think part of the problem is people are more apt to vote against who they don't want opposed to vote who they want, and ranked choice voting allows them to vote for who they want first, and then decide who they don't want.
Yeah,
and I think that's more representation of what we really want as a country in this regard, opposed to what we don't want.
Well, I know a lot of people who would have voted Libertarian or Green, but they were afraid of Trump winning. So
I think I've seen all the arguments for and against ranked choice voting. I'm totally for it. Again, there's a minor complexity issue that is easily overcome once it's implemented, because there's a transition period, like all change happens, where people have to get used to it, and then once we get used to it, it's fucking easy. So that's it. But
you know what I thought was interesting? Somebody was saying earlier today that I forget what state it was. I think it was California, but they went to vote and they had electronic voting machines, and the voting machines listed all the candidates in alphabetical order by party, and it had Joe Biden first, and then I think it was the Libertarians, and then the Green Party, and then that was it. And there was a button at the bottom of the screen that said more. And in order to vote for Trump, you had to press more. And then he came up on a separate list. And they were complaining because they were saying that this was from a right-leaning person. They were complaining because they were saying that there's a lot of old people who technology is confusing to them. So if they're trying to vote for Trump and they're confused, then they would have to.
Yo, I don't give a fuck.
They would have to how do you? Because if you want to get help from somebody, they're going to know you're voting for Trump. If you have to get help, so I thought that was interesting.
That is, but I really like how the young man just chimed in with "fuck him."
If you really want to fuck him, hold on.
Yeah.
My tongue's all purple.
Hello. Did someone call for the elimination of old people?
what I would love for you to do, Steven, is get like a Grim Reaper robe and like one of those plastic scythes and just stand outside of nursing homes with that hat.
I actually have. I sewed a Grim Reaper robe
still
for a
have it,
different
yes.
sketch. I still have it.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it won't fit Steve because he's super fat now, but me or James could fit in it. I'm just saying.
I will say
I haven't had to take a shot yet. It's still at 89.72.
I will say the year before I graduated, I had to wear, I think, like a quadruple or quintuple XL graduation gown because I was Petey the Penman. They asked me, so for like that year's graduation practices, they asked me if it's like, hey, do you want to be the mascot? And I was like, it pays. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah. And so I had to like wear all this padding and shit. And so they gave me like a graduation gown that was like quintuple XL that would fit over it.
That's hysterical.
It was awesome.
Oklahoma 7 electoral votes.
So,
I have a
excuse
question
me,
about this.
real quick. We'll be right back. I promise we won't be gone long enough for her to say no to me.
I just saw that Oklahoma has 7 electoral votes. How many fucking people in Oklahoma? Holy crap!
Listen, Timothy McVeigh tried to solve this problem, but no.
Nope.
Now
That's
I'm barred from buying fertilizer.
That's a 28-year-old joke, dude.
Yeah, and I was a little kid when that happened.
I can't wait for California results to come in.
Well, I mean,
California.
wait. We need Richie to give us an update on the Bernie angle. So, Richie, how are you predicting that Bernie Sanders can actually win this election?
All right. The only way that I'm seeing right now in my eyes is if America kind of takes a back seat. And you know how I said fuck the old people? The one person I want to exclude from that is a Mr. Bernie Sanders. I'm waiting
Bernie
for him.
McSanders.
The only way for him to really win this is to walk in and kind of put both Biden and Trump in timeout and make them like settle their differences. And then he said, "Now while you do that, I'm gonna go run this country." And
Have you seen the TV show Heroes? It was a terrible TV show that was on for like 2 seasons.
that was all the Hayden Panettiere.
Yes. So I think Bernie Sanders needs to get the Hero Nakamura powers of time magic.
There
And,
goes my hero.
Hiro Nakamura. He was the Japanese guy who could like control time
Oh, yep.
with the samurai sword.
I had never seen the show. I think I was a little too young when it came out. And then it was like,
Way to make me feel old, man.
Yeah. Dude, I'm 24.
Okay, so I'm looking at roads to victory. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Virginia, then he will get 278, and that's even giving Texas and Florida to Trump.
I think no matter what happens, there's going to be a lot of angry people tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we may not have a clear winner for weeks if it's too close because of all the absentee ballots and stuff.
I do not want to rehash of the nightmare that was 2000. That was such a nightmare.
I was in 9th grade.
Yeah, I was in college. So
And I actually did a paper on Gore and Bush. And I had no idea. I didn't know anything about politics at the time because I was young.
okay, so here's a few fun facts, by the way.
I wanted Gore to win because of his Rolling Stone cover.
Okay, so
Remember the Rolling Stone cover where it looked like he had a huge boner?
Let me tell you a few fun facts. So, the counting in Florida was contested, and it had to go all the way to Supreme Court. In the landmark case, Bush versus Gore, which didn't even get finished because Gore conceded. So that's one thing. The next scenario I should let you know about is, and by the way, the Supreme Court is wicked loaded with Trump appointees, so just bear that in mind if it happens to go to the Supreme Court. The second thing you should know about is if it's a tie, it can be so since there's 538 votes and you need 270 to win, there is a chance that both. Jesus Christ, I'm trying to say something here. There is a chance that both parties get 269 votes, which is a tie. So if there is a tie, and this has happened once, it actually goes to the House of Representatives to vote on, which luckily is controlled by Democrats. So there is a silver lining to a tie. A tie can happen with weird splits in Nebraska.
So it actually, yeah, if the House is tied, then it goes to the Senate, right?
Yeah, the House shouldn't tie though, considering we have a majority. But I don't know what happens at the House.
I'm pretty sure then it goes to the Senate, and then if the Senate can't decide, then they vote on the Senate votes on the president and the vice president.
Just to let everyone know, we are about like a minute past 10, so more polls just closed. Not more. Oh yeah, the polls just closed again. So more polls. I don't know if all of them are closed now. I think the last poll was closed at like 11, if you're counting for time changes and stuff. So we're gonna be seeing pretty soon a lot more results coming in and number changes.
Yeah, I think California might have just closed. I don't know if they're 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. I don't remember. Actually, they're probably 11 p.m. They're a huge state. It's probably 11.
Okay, so it says, in such a situation, the House chooses one of the top 3 presidential electoral vote winners as president, while the Senate chooses the top 2 vice presidential. Yeah, so the Senate picks the vice president, and the House picks the president. So if the Republicans still control the Senate, you could end up with a situation, if it was tied, where the House picks Biden, and then the Republicans get to pick the vice president, which would be ridiculous.
I'll tell you about Virginia. Texas, you noted why is Trump ahead? Well, I can give you one.
That's what it was. I couldn't remember. So yeah, the Senate gets to pick the VP.
So
can you imagine it'd be funny if they picked Biden as the president and then Trump as the VP? That would be hilarious to me.
You know, that's how it used to be before the third election. So like when John Adams was president, his vice president was Thomas Jefferson, and they're from opposing parties. So
yeah, but that was decided on by the Senate, I believe.
No. It used to be in president's election, whoever was first was president, whoever was second was vice president. They changed that early on for the third election.
Jefferson changed it because Jefferson said, Aaron Burr got second in that election, which was between Jefferson and Burr. And Jefferson basically said, well, I'm the president, I can make the rule. And basically made the rule that it wasn't that you have to have a running mate. So that's
I'm pretty sure it's I think it's the 12th Amendment, by the way, to the Constitution.
Yep. It's an official amendment, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the 12th Amendment.
12th Amendment.
It used to be called like bouncing the ticket, I think it used to call it, or something like that. It was called, but yeah, you can learn all about that contested election, that Jefferson Burr election, in the acclaimed musical Hamilton by Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Biden headquarters. How are they feeling about the numbers?
Republicans picked up another seat in the Senate.
So did Democrats. Also, they were at 39. Now it's 40.
Okay.
And Republicans are at 38.
So did we miss anything important?
We were talking about what happens if there's an electoral tie.
Yeah.
Trump gave a golden shower to Biden.
Well, I mean, that's not really likely to happen, though.
Trump receives a golden shower from Biden?
No, the tie. I mean, the golden shower is probably going to happen, but I'm just saying the tie might not.
You make sure you eat lots of asparagus first.
Okay, how can you call Massachusetts for Biden with only 12% of the vote? How can you call that?
You probably could call Massachusetts for Biden with 0% of the vote, for what it's worth.
It's probably true. Probably true.
You're like, okay, we're calling it. Like it's 4 days before the election, guys. No, we're calling it. That's it.
Nick, there were something you were saying earlier as far as ranked choice voting and people like being more afraid and voting for the other guy.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's several people that you and I both know who are exactly that, die hard for their party no matter what.
Yeah.
Do you know Massachusetts has voted Republican in a presidential election like once in the past like 80 years?
Oh,
That was,
really?
that was for Reagan in 84. In fact, in 1972, when Nixon ran versus McGovern, only one state and one territory voted for McGovern. That was Massachusetts and DC, and that was it.
If Massachusetts is such a blue state, how come we have a Republican governor? I mean, he's moderate, and I get that. But like, how do we have?
One thing I should say is we're not super Democratic, but no state really is. We're actually around 60 to 65% Democratic because of Western Mass. Not to mention, Western Mass are mostly older people who vote a lot more than the urban people in like Worcester and Boston and Cambridge who just can't find.
I didn't think Baker was so bad.
No, I don't think he's a bad governor at all. It's just we're such a blue state, and everybody assumes we're a Democrat state. Yet we elected a Republican.
We do it all the time. Mitt Romney.
Yeah, we had Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
So we had
James Swift.
Ted
Bill
Kennedy
Weld.
a Democrat?
The last time we had a Democratic governor before Deval Patrick was, I'm not joking, Mike Dukakis in 1991. We had almost 20 years of Republican governors.
Yeah, there's another blue state that has I can't remember what it is. There's another blue state in the area that always has Republican governors.
Tell me the kind of thing that
Vermont has a Republican governor, right?
I don't know.
No, New Hampshire. No, yeah, Vermont. Because he just voted for Biden.
Keep in mind that Democrats knew that
Yeah.
they were going to have this early vote. The early vote, the absentee
It looks
vote.
like Joe Biden's winning Arizona by less than 200,000 votes.
Oh, wow.
It's too close to call. I'm looking at Google right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Harvey Weinstein's understudy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man that was rejected from his high school audition for playing Max Bialystock.
So we're kind of concerned a little
He is-
bit about that, but it looks like
His forehead is like 4 times bigger than his chin.
Now on your screen, everyone, the guy that played football in high school just to prove to everyone that he wasn't gay.
Ah, there we go.
But Massachusetts.
Pretty sure on the weekends he just wears a bunch of wife beaters with gold chains.
Google right now is giving New Mexico and Colorado to Biden.
Yeah.
Colorado's very called by me, see.
17% is reporting in Montana with Biden in the lead.
Oh, guys, we might have my political expert and sole NSF contributor, Shannon White, coming to join us in about 20 minutes.
Oh, nice.
Where's Ian?
I don't know where Ian is, but it's 10:08.
He should be here. His vote counts more than 3/5 of one right now.
Right. It does.
Finally.
They voted on it. But, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta go. It's 10:08. It is a little bit past my bedtime. I've got to go to work in the morning. Have a good night.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, the future of this nation doesn't really matter. to
Why
you
is there
right
an echo right now?
Because of you.
Your microphone is too loud.
That'd be you.
It's not me.
now. Could be me.
It'd be whoever isn't wearing headphones.
I told you that's what they do. We went from 0.
That would be two of us.
Okay.
Yeah, there's definitely an echo, but it's someone's speakers are feeding back into.
Oh, I have headphones on, so it's not me then.
Yeah, it's not me.
Yep.
I have headphones.
I don't hear any echo, so I'm wondering if it's your own.
I don't know if it's me right now.
Biden has
My
Hello. I
Yep.
muted you.
Completely.
Hello.
here.
Maricopa.
It's Nick's.
In the last
It is not me.
Just muted it.
Maricopa,
Yeah.
home of Phoenix, arguably the largest suburb in America.
Talk, James.
Somehow
Hello?
applied, but that person lost about
Talk.
1,000 votes. As you see here,
Talk.
point lead right now in Maricopa.
It's Nick.
57%.
Told you it's James.
Donald Trump carried Maricopa. Mitt Romney carried Maricopa. John McCain.
So anyway, I've got to go. Have fun, everybody. My wife is going to take over for commentary.
This is
All right.
Look,
Here we have
something in
the
some
token
way
female
right
opinion with
now.
Annalise Cabral.
Folks are feeling.
Have a good night.
See, North Carolina's making the mancy. Georgia, we still got a lot of.
So part of the reason I think Trump won, and I'm not joking on this, is that there's a lot of sexist people who just don't believe a woman can handle the office.
And racist people.
Natalie, so how did you overcome the burden of having a vagina to cast your vote?
God damn it.
Well, I had to step over all of the pads and tampons.
I mean, it is a disability to be a woman.
And
It's a disadvantage. So I'm glad that you could overcome your your disability.
getting in the way.
I mean, stopping to ovulate every 3 seconds.
Yeah.
God.
Pull that lever.
Putting down my knitting, you know.
I'd like to point out that she spent 18 months not ovulating.
Doing versus how Joe Biden is doing. My Republican and Democratic sources are expecting that Kelly's going to do better than.
Does this girl look like Rachel Ray to anybody else?
I don't know, but what's with these shoulder pads on this one right now? What the hell? Is she playing football or something? What's going on?
I think she's a Street Fighter villain.
I don't think it's shoulder pads. It is a sharp angled collar.
It's definitely your microphone. by the way.
I think Michael Jackson designed her costume.
Democrats think that swing was big
She looks like she's going to like an 80s discotheque.
Itself with other Hispanic communities. They've seen a little bit in Texas. And
Also,
Missouri.
James, I just wanted to say,
Boys and girls.
James, you also left this at my house.
Arizona.
I love all these random things, the phallic objects that I've left at your house.
But my favorite part, and this is what scares me, and I hope it should scare you too. This part here.
That's for added pleasure, dude. Come on.
And then you just close it up. But it's retractable.
What?
So
Trump's winning in Ohio now?
yeah.
I think he's always going to win Ohio. Ohio's more of a red state.
So we've got the whole
Biden had a big lead in the early count, though. But
who does not support Donald Trump. Mike, what are you seeing? What is giving you pause tonight?
Well, I think the Democrats wanted a.
There was so much hope among so many people and so much turnout. I was so excited for this election. So excited.
is it just me, or is this guy's head shaped like an egg?
Thanks for
This
ignoring
man
what
looks
I
like
said.
a toy at Walmart now for children. The mystery eggs.
I think for Arizona.
I'm sorry, James. I'm trying not to get too political.
This guy looks like a 5-year-old trying to crack his head open on YouTube.
We're watching returns and you don't want to get political? Isn't that what the point of us being online is?
Thought we were gonna make jokes.
You can make jokes at our feelings.
Sex with me is like this guy's head.
Hey, is
Sex
this
with me
Boston?
is like this guy's head, endorsed by Gwyneth Paltrow.
Is
Get it?
he
Because
one
she
of
did
the
that whole thing about shoving a crystal egg up your vagina.
So I heard that in the Deep South, when you vote for Trump, instead of like pushing a button or pulling a lever, you have to actually stick your hand into a crevice, like a vagine, to
But your vote only counts if you can bring women pleasure. So Biden's been seeing a surge in these lower states. Yes, I'm saying that most Trump supporters can't please women. Fight me. No, actually, don't fight me because most of you guys are old, and I can kill you.
who do you think has more incels, Trump or Biden?
If I learned anything from my high school biology days,
I mean, like incel supporters.
oh yeah, Trump.
Trump wins the incel vote.
Yeah.
You've heard it first here live.
Yo, Trump's gonna win the incel vote. Can you please put that as a banner on the bottom of your screen?
Stand back and stand by themselves.
Now the incumbent Cooper will win.
Actually, I would say a lot of incels aren't voting. They're right now behind like their laptops going, why?
Oh, they're calling New Mexico.
Yeah.
Okay, boys, that's a shot. They just called New Mexico.
Breaking news: Trump wins incel vote.
Okay, hold on. Let me pour it up. Give me a sec. Richie, grab something to drink. It doesn't have to be. Just grab something. They just called New Mexico.
Oh yeah. I got water.
Steve. Oh, that's right. Steve's got it. Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So that
Are
puts
you
them at
having a white Russian
94.
right now, Natalie?
I'm sorry?
Are you having a white Russian?
I'm having a mudslide, but yes.
Oh, because I also thought, like, are you having just a Kahlua sombrero?
Oh, it makes total sense now. So Trump's into golden showers and Biden's into mudslides. Got it.
That's why he's popular. Is he popular in California?
Come on, man.
Police murder
Breaking news.
has been an American way of
Every time Biden wins the state, I'm just gonna sniff somebody's head.
after seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress.
You know, can I tell you guys something super funny?
Now is
My daughter
if now is
likes the smell of makeup. So now every time my daughter looks at me with makeup, she leans in and goes, "You're beautiful." And I'm like, I can't help but think of Biden. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that's how I learned I was single. I started doing that in college.
Here's Kamala Harris. Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Kamala has a podcast
About Kamala. It's a podcast about Kamala.
Okay.
You're not just any patient.
Called Introducing Kamala, Road to Washington, I think it's called, or Road to the White House, something like that.
Towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily,
This
featuring
is so depressing.
tips by experts you know and trust.
I'm confused.
Stories that
So I've gone through this 3 times now where there's been a miserable election between 2000, 2016, and now. Can't deal with this anymore.
NBC News Now.
You can do it.
are people there?
I stopped drinking for like a month. I'm gonna drink so much in the next 2 days. It's not even funny.
Okay, it's time for the token female opinion. Natalie?
Ding, 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 ding.
So, how much of a Trump victory do you think will affect your knitting?
Well, I think it will get in the way because I can't really put somebody else's fingers are up on my head.
Really?
Yeah.
Natalie,
And what about
is Mike?
I tried doing a cross stitch. It's very difficult. And he's got his fingers up inside of it.
Are
Natalie,
you worried about the decrease in pussy grabbing if Biden wins?
President Trump and
I feel like
campaign coronavirus.
The story.
if there's a decrease in pussy grabbing, maybe pussy caressing or pussy sniffing will.
Natalie, is your
Okay.
microphone in front of your speakers?
I don't have the mic on. I mean, I don't.
We now have 2 vaccines.
Every time she talks, like there's a huge reverb on it.
I'm using the regular computer
What about your speakers? Where are your speakers at?
in the computer.
Let's show you what's happening.
It's all next computer.
The too close to call category. Too close to call.
Speaking of two people to call,
Which just unloaded a bunch of votes, and we are saying it's too early to call. But
how's everybody's sex life going?
lead in Arizona. At
You know, mine's is non-existent.
Shane.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we're looking at Arizona, and the numbers coming in very quickly. And as you can see, this is why we have him leading. He's got
Mine is much like this election.
He's got a 200,000 vote.
Also, talking about the election, or weird, was not expecting Montana. I'm looking at Google right now. Not expecting Montana to start leaning Biden. I mean, it's only 19% recording, but like Joe Biden has like a 56.2%,
Trump's got to get
about 20,000 vote lead out of 100,000. But we still got a lot more to go. But I was not expecting Biden to have control this early of Montana.
No,
It's a 9-point gap. That's not something you can make up.
Trump wins first place in the world biggest ass. Well, that's not really fair. I mean, you know,
Biden did compared to Clinton. Look at that. 9 point. Right now, he's running 9 points ahead.
after Weinstein
Because it's always a
got thrown out of the contest.
I hate it when they show like 61%, but it's like a county. But they have it's so confusing when you put county.
It would show up
Yep.
in the county, and we're not seeing that there. And so this is
County.
Again, not all Latino votes are the same when you're trying to compare them, particularly if you're in the Southeast versus the Southwest.
If sex with you were like a county,
This is
what would it be like?
that you sit there and you're like, okay, and
Split down the middle.
remaining voters sit there and say, okay, we're going to see the same thing that we've seen with
Richie?
Ohio and North Carolina. That
If
adds
sex with me was like a county,
it's
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Remember I told
depending on what state you're on, you either have too much or too little.
we're We're gonna get Lisa.
Section 2 is like a county. Red around the edges, blue right down the middle.
Steve?
16% of the votes.
I don't know.
Huge. That's a lot of voters that are left. And
Sex with me is like my county. Most of my people in it are kind of letting me down.
not much. Just 94% are in. Guilford, this is Greensboro, still a decent chunk of vote here. And then everywhere, Trump's strength is like a little bit everywhere. And that's the thing.
He just said Trump's strength is a little bit everywhere.
American turnout. It's just
What the heck?
and I just want to just show you here where Trump is overperforming.
Be back a second. I get my charger.
Did they just call Rhode Island for Trump?
Pearl necklace all around that Carolina.
Rhode Island? Are you serious?
Rhode Island, right now, Trump's got 97,000 votes. Biden's at 81,000, almost 82,000 votes.
How the hell is Trump winning Rhode Island?
Races. Providence.
Yep.
Racist in Providence.
You've seen in other places where there's some
Well, Providence, I live in the Providence area, and it's a lot of Hispanics and Dominicans and.
Yeah, but there's been this whole huge surge in Latinos for Trump, which I don't get. Maybe they want to keep their families out of the country. I don't know. I hate my mother-in-law. I don't want her anywhere in this country, so I'm voting for Trump.
What the hell? All counties in Providence are leaning red. That is very surprising to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did know there's a lot of Trump supporters in like Smithfield, the Smithfield area. Because I went to Target in Smithfield and they had a big Trump, whatever you want to call it, thing set up there. There was like they set up like one of those Trump merch stands.
Which it's weird because like we won the war. You know, like we won the Civil War. So like there should be no place for racism anywhere in the northern states. We fought to end slavery. I feel like that's what people forget. Like the South, like fought for slavery, and because we fought against slavery, we should have just been like, fine, you're your own country, do your thing. Have them live in Trump world while we progress with medicine and science. Yeah,
well, I would say I hear a lot of people, which I think is confusing, a lot of people who are
ready to go to work. I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice.
Right to
Kamala Harris. Join me, Joy Reid.
Who are pro-life voting for Trump. Yeah. As if it's him and not, the senators that have, a clue on that. Because, he likes to grab a lot of pussy, but he doesn't want to put any, thing in it. So apparently he's not a threat.
Yeah. He grabs a lot of it, but I mean, once he grabs it, he just doesn't know like what to do with it. Like, I feel like he needs to go back to like a high school health class or something, or at least like a sex.
A science class would be good. All things around.
That's good, Steve. Breaking news: the South rises again. Young man wins erection for his cousin.
I'm changing your name. You're now the person.
Fun fact. So I grabbed iced coffee this morning at Dunkin', and I tweeted this a little bit after. I said, was just handed my coffee from Dunks by a lady with a blue line flag mask. Dunkin' Donuts, where your coffee was probably made by a racist. And then my best friend Alex replies with, today at Dunkies I was planning on saying, thanks boss, have a good day, when I got my coffee. But this guy beat me to it with, here you go boss, have a good day. I was in awe. You guys hear about Dunkin' Donuts just got bought?
Yeah, I heard.
Wow. By who?
The same company that owns Arby's, Buffalo Wild Wings, and other. This is their first venture into like a breakfast fast food. I don't know what to call Dunkin's.
It's a breakfast fast food.
Guys, we have some breaking news about Dunky.
Dunky isn't racist. The coffee is black.
Man, I mean,
How do you-
is
so-
it bad that even the name Donkey like sounds racist?
So first off, do you know anyone who really gets black Dunkin' Donuts? Dunkin' Donuts coffee is not that great. You need a ton of cream and sugar just to tolerate it. So there's
Yeah.
no one I know who gets Dunkin' Donuts coffee black. They all want it white, nice and creamy.
And maybe that's why they make their coffee that way, is because they want everybody to know that white is best.
In fact, if you say extra, extra, every single Dunkin' Donuts you ever go to will know what you mean when you say extra, extra. It means extra cream, extra sugar.
Yeah.
So not one has to question what that means.
I
There you go. Is that
usually
better?
do regular
Beans or
cream,
brown?
extra sugar.
The beans are brown.
I usually do a regular cream, extra sugar for my iced coffee. Too much cream, to me, it kind of dilutes that coffee taste.
Get you gassy.
And it just tastes like milk. I agree.
She will retain control. She says she
94 to 80. That means Trump picked up a state. Time to drink, Steve. Trump picked up something.
Hey,
Yep, let me
We're
check.
gonna make America great again.
And Republicans picked up another seat in the Senate.
they were saying the House remains Democrat controlled.
Yeah, it was very hard for it to go. We had such a big lead.
They said Pelosi wants to stay Speaker. Not really a fan of her, but you know.
This fall, we're right there with you.
You ever notice that when she talks, her mouth like makes noises?
That's how talking works, Steve.
No, like she has like these weird like. It sounds like she constantly has cotton mouth.
My name is Nancy Pelosi, and we're gonna impeach Trump.
You mean like when Biden stopped on S's?
I can't hear what you're saying, Natalie.
When Biden stopped on his X's.
Oh, when he's maybe it. Biden lately he said a few things like where when he was giving speeches where it was completely unintelligible what the hell he was saying. I don't know if you guys heard those clips. It's like, I'm Joe Biden. Like what? What the hell? What did you just say?
Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris?
What if you guys heard those?
My favorite thing that that Biden did was he was shooting a commercial, and he walked in and he goes, "Hi, I'm Joe Biden's husband."
Yeah, I heard that one too.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just getting
under pressure.
You're their friend. These folks.
Have you guys heard that?
Omar won Minnesota, but she didn't really have a huge fight.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
What the hell is that?
Pressure.
Saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running.
Pressure. What?
Introducing the
Children are under pressure.
I don't know what he was trying to say.
Sorry, I speak straight.
There's another one where it sounded like he was trying to say something about Medicare for all or something, or medicine, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. He was like, "Well, medicine." What?
If only that were the case with Trump. Wouldn't it be great if you couldn't understand what he was saying?
I guess.
How many people we got watching right now?
One. Nobody cares about our political commentary. It's fine. It's cool.
Well,
we don't need you
nobody cares
anyway.
about most
It still means we had 4
commentary these days. So
I'm just glad you guys are all joined.
We have like so right now I have the count at 94 to 80.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus. The story.
Coronavirus.
As we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what do you want to tell him right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
Anyone else vote right in coronavirus?
Coronavirus. Coronavirus with Lester Holt.
Welcome back, 10:30.
There's a little bug on my screen right now. It's sitting right on Natalie's face. It looks like you have a mole. This tiny little black thing. Yeah. It's moving across your face now.
There's also a Senate race going on there.
In New Hampshire, it looks like Joe Biden will win. We project him as the winner. Florida in that race, too close. Trump leads, but that race still too close. Watching it very carefully.
Same story in Texas. It's too early to call, but the president does have a lead there, and North Carolina is getting just a little bit more interesting. It is too close to call there, and we've been watching that one real closely tonight.
Ohio would be bonus.
I'm going to go Republican anyway.
Too early in the Georgia presidential contest.
Ugh, too early. It's an 11, 12-point lead.
Too early to call, but Vice President Biden does have a lead there in Wisconsin. We can call it way too early to call. They still are counting votes there.
This is fucking depressing as shit right now.
Too early in Pennsylvania.
What?
Discussing a few moments ago, that's too early as well.
All right, let's go to Maine.
What I'm scared of what's going to happen this election is it's still taking these states at least a week to finish counting all the absentee and early voting. And what's going to happen is Trump is going to be on TV saying tonight, we won, we won. In about a week, the actual results will trickle in and show Biden as the winner. And Trump's going to say to the American people, see, I told you it was all a fraud. It was all a complete and total fraud. And he is going to attack the Americans' what's the word? Their faith in mail-in absentee voting.
Okay, so Utah went. Utah and Kansas both went Republican. So you got two shots to take there, Steve-O.
Votes, but what does that 89% translate to?
Can I drink this as I'm depressed?
You just want to drink, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll drink to that.
A deficit to make up. The question is there going to be enough vote in different places?
As of right now, looks like on Google, Joe Biden's got 131, Trump's at 108.
Guilford still sitting.
That's what's happening right now.
This could be Biden, Charlotte here.
Is it too late to make a vision board?
Yeah. I think we should just let the Scientologists rule the country. I mean, they're all lizard people anyway, making the frogs gay. So
let's call your boss, James.
It looks more and more like North Carolina is one of those that you're going to have to wait to see all the vote coming in.
These people, these anchors look like really depressed right now. They're like, "Are you serious right now?"
You think that thing is going to be very, very tight. However,
this is depressing because all the states that Biden needs like 4 of the swing states. He's supposed to get Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, which will give him the win, and he's losing in 2 of those.
Oh, Pennsylvania's swinging Trump now. I thought Biden had a big lead there.
He did, and that was.
Now it's leaning Trump.
This is almost like a 2-1 that he's got to make up.
Yep, Pennsylvania's swinging.
He's beating Biden by 200,000 votes.
Yep.
In Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is one of the states that Trump has to win to win.
Aaron just jumped on.
But that's the first
Aaron
of the Sun Belt.
We're depressed. Say something.
Yeah.
We're all drinking, Aaron. So
we went over this earlier, Aaron.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. With Trump's going to come on and say we won, and then all those Democratic votes are going to come in, and then Trump's going to put up a hissy saying it's all a fraud.
They're fighting any votes that come in after today. They are fighting against actively because they know it's going to be more Democratic mail-in votes. So.
I think as long as they're postmarked by today, then they should be counted. Anything that's mailed in late should be rejected, in my opinion.
Exactly. So this is part of their plan when they sabotaged the U.S. mail system way early on, knowing that mail would trickle in at a slower rate in order.
They wanted it to trickle in like Biden's prostate.
I mean, wouldn't that go against them? A lot of old people vote Republican.
Yeah, but old people
are going to be voting.
Projected winner with 0% of the vote in. I think it's funny.
So this guy's cool. We have pot and we have cool. How many more racist things can we get for candidates?
Chuck was talking about there.
Oh, wait, hold on. This just in. Senator Literally Hitler was just elected in Georgia.
Black and Hispanic voters in Georgia. They're specifically looking at the performance.
Who's that? Senate Literally Hitler?
That's something that they're
Oh, looking good.
Yes, I'm aware of all of this.
Oh, Purdue.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's playing. What is that?
So much
Heroes of the
energy.
about
Storm.
that state, there is really a sense.
What state?
I was playing Magic a lot.
This is a little bit how in the early hours of election.
What
Oh
state
my
that
God.
you said was literally Hitler?
Oh, I was joking. Because James was like, "How many more racist names are there?" And I said, "Oh, well, Senator Literally Hitler just won." And,
Oh, okay.
like his name is literally Hitler.
I see ya. I see ya.
You guys ever watch the show Man Seeking Woman?
What is it?
Man Seeking Women.
No.
It was on FX. It was only on for a couple of seasons, but it basically took everything literally in the dating world. And so the main character, his girlfriend left him, and she's like, "Oh, she's dating Hitler now." He's like, "Oh, you mean a guy who's like Hitler?" She's like, "No, she's actually dating Hitler." You see this old guy in a wheelchair.
I made the painting for you. Did you guys? I watched this movie on. I think it was on Netflix or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was called like "Guess Who's Back," and it was a German movie about Hitler traveling through time to the current year and becoming popular in Germany again because everyone thinks it's a joke, like he's pretending to be Hitler, but he's not actually Hitler. And he goes on talk shows and he's like doing speeches, and everybody loves him. Everybody loves him.
Holy fuck!
It's a funny movie. It's like kind of a dark, it's like a dark comedy. But
Have you heard of the Boys of Brazil?
I have. I like their bleached assholes.
Me too. Me too.
It was a joke.
It's a movie from the 70s about they took Hitler's DNA and started cloning him. So there's a bunch of little Hitlers running around in Brazil, and
It's like one of those thought experiments. Like, what if Hitler was raised differently? Would you kill baby Hitler? You know,
Oh, of course.
that's one of those. You know, they say like if you could go back in time and kill Hitler as a baby, would you kill him as a baby?
Of course.
But wouldn't someone else just fill in his
But what if he wasn't? What if he didn't become the Hitler he was?
Oh,
That's
dude,
like
still
that's the whole thought experiment was. If that's before he did anything bad, what if you could change him?
what if his second grade art teacher was nice to him?
but this is a causality paradox. So say you kill Hitler, the world is drastically different because World War II was a huge impact on the world. So you don't know if you would be born because the world is now different. And if you're not born, then you can't go back and kill Hitler.
Where we still have the baby boomers?
What if World War I never happened? And then Hitler was born. Would Hitler still be Hitler?
Actually, I think we should go Hitler because I believe that as a direct result of Hitler in World War II, we have the Karen. So without Hitler, if Hitler never existed, we would not have Karen.
Same
You
with
don't
the
think
president.
There have been urgent patience and essentially saying, look, we feel confident we can get all of the votes.
Without Hitler, America would not have elected Donald Trump.
But they're not going to have all of those votes counted by the end of tonight.
I don't know. If it weren't for Cheetos, America never would have voted.
Wasn't Trump is German, right? So didn't his when did his ancestors come here?
I don't really care.
His father, I think, was a first generation immigrant, wasn't he?
Yeah, and his name was Drumpf. D-U-D-R-U-M-P.
But my point is, did they come here because of World War II?
You know his mom was Jewish, right?
His mom was Jewish?
Yeah.
You mean his mom
Directly
was
responsible
smacked
for
the loving shit out of him when he said shit like that?
I also love how Steve.
My daughter's cookie is so amazing. She's got the best cookie in the world.
Can I make like a poop and put a mustache on it and call it Shitler?
Can I just say how much
That's
I love
funny.
that Steve refers to Karens or Karen as like this one whole idea,
It is.
versus like calling because you can call different people Karen, or you can say he's a Karen or she's a Karen, but you refer to all Karen plural as Karen, as
Yeah.
like a
Right.
sort of hive mind mentality.
It's like the Borg Collective. They are one.
When
Yeah.
I would refer to them as like, oh, they're a bunch of Karens, like with
No.
an S, which implies that they're not like idea hive mind.
We have like
I
Locutus.
think they are like.
I don't know if Richie probably doesn't get Star Trek references, so
Oh no, fuck yeah, I don't know fucking Star Trek. I'm a Star Wars boy.
It's funny because I could.
Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt
You talk about the Karens. I was born a Karen.
Have you ever heard the
I have
tragedy
been
of
assaulting managers since I was 5 years old. I once returned some penny candy because it didn't taste right, and I gave that manager his comeuppance.
Have you ever seen Adam Driver was on SNL and he did the sketch where he was an oil baron that came in for his son's career day at school? It's honestly like one of the best like modern SNL performances in a
Oh my
sketch.
god.
So good. You should crush them and bring their bones into dust. Shall crush your enemies.
And as you can see, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties around the Democratic Secretary
No way.
Re-election in Ohio in 2018 carried, and as you can see here, this was going to start with Biden needed to carry these, and they're just not.
that's what you get, Democrats, for picking weak ass freaking candidates. That's all I have to say.
Who else were we gonna pick?
Tulsi Gabbard, Andrew Yang, fucking Bernie, anybody.
I would have loved it if they had voted Bernie in.
But I would have preferred Bernie over freaking Biden. I like Tulsi Gabbard. I thought she was cool. I like Tulsi because she's a woman, she's Native American, she's a military veteran, and she's civil. She doesn't seem to like jump into the piling on of shitting on everybody. I don't know. She seemed like a decent politician to me. Andrew Yang, I thought, was down to earth too. I thought he was cool, but we ended up picking freaking Joe Biden, who can barely form a fucking sentence.
Oh, they just called Illinois, boys and girls. So time to drink.
Oh fuck! I gotta get more water.
Why didn't they pull off Ohio?
So yeah, no, you have a bunch of like articulate men and women on stage for the Democratic Party, but you choose somebody who can barely form a sentence. That makes sense.
I didn't work.
So first off, you are falling prey to the narrative that they're pushing that Trump Biden is this bumbling old idiot. He stutters. I'm not. It's a well-known problem.
James, come on, man. Come on, man.
James, I think it's much like George Bush wasn't that big of a fucking idiot.
George Bush is actually not as dumb as people thought he was, but he makes a lot of mistakes when he talks. Joe Biden does have a stuttering problem, but look at him 20 years ago versus now. Like he it's not just him stuttering. It's like he's starting to. He's not all there mentally.
In the president's direction.
Neither is Trump.
So's our president.
Okay, well, we have to drink because Democrats.
I'm not talking about whataboutism. We're talking about specifically about Biden. So I know Trump has his own issues.
No one's ever been. There's been very few people. I mean, I think Obama was a very good orator.
Orator?
There hasn't been a very good speaker in a very long time.
My point was that you had a bunch of people who were younger and who actually, were more verbose, and then you get Biden, and like, okay, yeah, he's always had a history of stuttering and gaffing. Okay, he's been saying screwed up shit for the last 30 years. However, there is a big difference between him even in the Obama years versus now. If you listen to him talk, I've watched his speeches, and half the time he doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Like, what is he talking about?
I'm not disagreeing that he speaks worse than he used to, but I don't think he's this like old, sleepy, lost guy that everyone.
I feel like you're just saying this because you support him. I do not support him because I don't like him.
Okay, well, I watch things and I make judgments based on my own observations rather than what the media tells me. And the media narrative is being pushed because people like label. This is like a Republican thing where they call it like Crooked Hillary or Sleepy Joe or whatever crazy Bernie.
Grabby Trump.
Okay, I do agree with that. However, it doesn't mean that it's not true.
I'm not saying I disagree with you that he's not as like quick and articulate as he used to be, but I do not think he is.
I don't think it's as bad as
lost as they are pushing it in any way, shape, or form. I've watched a lot of him talking. I've watched all debates. Like from what I watch, I disagree with this. Is he all there? Like he makes gaps. We're not. No one's going to disagree with
But
me.
you're addressing the wrong issue here. What I said was, why would we pick him over the other candidates who were a lot better, in my opinion?
Yeah, your argument is that he's not all there and he's lost. You're going along with a narrative that is being
Saying we had younger. It's just a fact that with age, obviously, you have cognitive decline. He's old. Trump is old too. They're both old, right? I don't think we should be electing people who are almost 80 years old into the presidency, in my opinion. There were a bunch of Democratic candidates. Even Bernie Sanders, to me, is more put together than Biden.
Okay. We got some drinking to do, boys and girls. They gave Louisiana to stop. There's an order to be had. Louisiana went to Trump, so you have to drink, Steve. Illinois went to the Democrats, so we have to drink. Raise it up, Richie.
None of you guys agree with me then. Okay.
No, I do agree with you. There are plenty of people that they could.
I know Richie agrees with me because he wanted Bernie, but I'm saying I think Bernie would have been a better candidate.
So you're going to argue against Biden and argue for Bernie in the same breath. That makes no sense. I'm not saying
Bernie is just as old, so my issue with him, I think his age is a problem, but I still think he would have been a better candidate than Biden. And I think there were plenty of younger people running who were more mentally fit than Biden.
Does that make him a better candidate? Like, what do you mean by better candidate? Is your first criteria?
I mean, less scary.
I think
less scary to you, not less scary to the masses.
Any minute.
And by the way, this is also another thing. They stuck him with socialist as his label because
my problem with Biden is because of he's been in politics for so long, and to me, he's just another Washington politician. I think Bernie is a little bit different.
You realize that Bernie's been in,
yes.
Well, then how about Joe Kennedy?
But I said better. I didn't say he's like the perfect, but I think he's better than Biden. I think Biden's just a typical career politician who just changes their opinion every 3 weeks, whatever the way the wind goes. And at least to me, Bernie has some principles that he stands by.
I'm not disagreeing with that in any way, but like, where do you think that Biden has actually like changed his opinions like every 3 weeks, as you claim? Exactly.
Okay. That was hyperbole, James. I don't mean that he's literally changed his opinion every 3 weeks, but I'm saying that I know. People's opinions are allowed to change over time. Okay, politicians don't have to stick by the same ideas that they had,
especially if it's a vote they made, I don't know, 20 years ago.
Up until earlier, I think it was earlier this year, Biden still stuck by the 1994 crime bill that he helped push. During the 80s and 90s, Biden was a leading force for pushing for.
Are you having fun there, by the way?
By the way, Joe Biden. Did you know that Joe Biden actually pushed for stronger federal death penalties? That he wanted more crimes to be eligible for the death penalty. Yes.
This is during the tough crime bill. There's actually a rave portion to this bill that was used. A lot of my friends in the music scene, the ravers will say, do not like Joe Biden because of his strict views on
drugs.
Exactly.
Yeah. So he pushed for stricter crime, but also punishment. He was the only one in Congress who supported this huge death penalty increase. He wanted
my next question is, does he still
80-something crimes to be eligible for the death penalty?
Okay, so my next question is does he still favor this? If he does,
I don't think so. I think he just did whatever was politically opportune.
Okay, so now, is that the actual case, or did he change his mind based on the changing times?
I don't know because I'm not a mind reader.
Okay.
Also, it could be
you made an assumption that he
had once he dealt with it himself, he changed his mind.
Yeah.
So up until recently, he was still saying that the 94 crime bill was a good thing. He only changed his tune recently because he got backlash about it because of the disproportionate amount of African Americans who were put in jail due to the 1994 crime bill, which he was the one who who pushed for it.
Well, maybe he did not realize that it was
It's the single biggest piece of legislation that he accomplished in his career.
I mean, I'm still waiting for that wealth to trickle down from Reagan. So
right.
I'm just doing that. But
I'm just saying that I would have preferred somebody who seems to have more anchored in principles. Even Bernie Sanders, someone who I disagree with, but I would still rather vote for someone like him over Biden, who seems just like a normal politician. Like I don't trust him.
I agree with you.
I will say that
there's countless interviews and a lot of Republican colleagues of Bernie, a lot of Republican contemporaries of Bernie praise Bernie for sticking with his morals. And that's something that is actually seen by a lot of Republican politicians. They say, I'll give Bernie this. He has stood by what he's fighting for the past 45 years or whenever he started.
And gotten him exactly how far.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I also agree with people can change their mind. Like Hillary, very early on in Hillary's political career, she was against gay marriage. She was more for the quote, which I hate. I hate the word traditional marriage. I think that's stupid. That phrase is really stupid.
The civil union thing.
Yeah, she was more for what she called a traditional.
Did you guys see the last one? Did they run the Marlboro Man in Minnesota as a candidate? Like, what was going on?
Obama and Biden were both the same way too. Like when they went into office against gay marriage, and they changed their opinion on it during their time in office.
So Nebraska can split. So right now,
they were always against gay marriage. They were always for gay civil unions.
Well, I didn't hear what you said, Natalie.
They were for gay civil unions, never gay marriage.
Right, I was saying they were against gay marriage when they went into office.
Yeah.
But they were for civil.
They're pro civil union for what it's worth.
But this is one of those things that's changed. Like our public opinion on gay marriage has changed quite a bit in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
But I also
general.
think that nobody should be married because marriage should not be recognized as marriage by the United States. If it is indeed a religious institution, our government should not recognize it. It should be civil union license.
In my opinion, the government shouldn't be involved in marriage at all. I think marriage is between two people or three people or whatever. But I'm saying I think marriage is not.
It's not that easy, though, Steve, because there is property rights and like custody rights,
which could.
There are ways around that.
If everything is recognized as a civil union.
Yeah.
The reason why people recognize that is because someone finally has a partner to pick up the slack in case they can get unemployed.
If it's as simple as that, then I agree with Natalie on that. If it's as simple as that, or having to fill out some form, like go to a lawyer and have something documented where I'm with this person.
So I'll tell you the problem with it. First of all, is civil unions do not have the same protections as marriage.
But they
change that.
What I'm saying is you should just take the word marriage out completely. The word marriage should only be used by the church. And all civil unions, all of them, gay and all, should receive the marriage right.
This century.
So do you know why that won't happen? It's because the term marriage has a lot of weight to it. So people want the idea of marriage. So,
and they can.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
If you go to the church only, I'm Catholic. If I get divorced, I can't get married again. In the
I think
church.
what Natalie and I are saying is we just don't care if the government recognizing. No, I'm saying the government. We don't care about the government recognizing marriage. The title of marriage should only matter to me and the person I'm married to. Like I don't care what the government thinks about it. They can go fuck themselves. I hate. I hate politicians. I hate the government. I'm anti-authoritarian. I don't like. I don't care what I don't want them to have a say in what I do and who I marry.
Yeah, no, but there's protections for a lot of things that are covered by marriage itself. And I know what you're saying, Natalie.
That's all legal jargon. Like you can fix that.
Those rights, those protections should be allowed for all people, everybody. And that's my biggest issue. It's like
if I decide I want to give Natalie like the same rights that my wife would have, and I want to give her like, default my house and my property will go to her if I die. If I want her to have those rights or the right to pull the plug on me, whatever, I should be able to just sign a paper and give her those rights. But as far as being married to somebody, I think that's between the people getting married, and I don't like the government being involved in it.
You always have those rights. You can always pass on those rights, Steve. The problem is when you can't pass on those rights. But if you happen to be married to someone, those rights are just given naturally by the government.
Baba booey,
Yeah, but
baba
we can
booey,
solve
baba
that.
booey, baba booey, baba booey.
Like you should not be required to sign it over to the person you're connected to. And I know what you're saying, Natalie. Like, let's just call it all civil unions, not let marriages be dealt with by the
I need the
government.
approval of Big Brother to get married to my wife.
The term marriage is a lot of meaning to a lot of people.
That Justin and Miles don't get the same opportunities because one of them doesn't have boobs. Like, it's ridiculous.
Well, they do in Massachusetts. It's completely and the Supreme Court ruled on this.
And
But,
it's recognized in Massachusetts as long as they're in Massachusetts.
well,
By the way,
for now, the Supreme Court ruled that marriage in one state is recognized in all states. So for now.
By the way, James, I think a lot of times when I talk about things like this, I'm speaking more on the ideological side rather than pragmatically. Like, there's a big difference to me between like pragmatic and how things actually work versus like my ideal situation. So ideally, I don't think the government should be involved with marriage. I realize that for practical reasons,
I understand
they are.
But there are benefits for the government for people to be married. They don't. There's less of a if you are if you're married, you need less help if one of you loses their job.
Another example would be like DCF or Child Protective Services. I don't really like the idea of it in theory, but I think that it's necessary. Like, I don't like the idea of a government agency just coming in and taking away someone's kids, but I understand the practical reason why it exists, even though it has a lot of flaws.
So you're saying marriage is like the DCF where
Well, I'm saying it's another situation where I don't like the idea of the government coming in and being like, all right, Natalie, you can't take care of your kids anymore. We're going to take her away from you. Like, to me, that's fucked up. But I think some people, it's necessary for some people because those kids can't protect themselves.
Also, I would say that the concept of marriage has evolved so much more than just a religious institution.
I'll be right back.
In my opinion, gay people in this country, LGBTQA+ people in this country, have been fighting for the word marriage for so long.
Agreed.
They've had unions.
Marriage
Had this.
holds weight.
Exactly. It's
Did they give
the word
Wyoming
marriage that
to,
holds weight, and the Supreme Court ruled that love wins. So who are we to say, or who are we to take that away from them? That was given to them, especially that word marriage. You know what I mean?
like I said, marriage has a lot of weight.
Yeah.
But I think that the only way that we will ever see those people
Is the Democrat winning the special election in Georgia? Are you kidding?
That kind of overall protection that they get that right is if we take away the religious meaning behind marriage.
Exactly, and
You can't just take away meaning, though.
I mean, at least in the last 25 years, it's been evolving past that religious thing. We're seeing more.
Who are religious, though, it has.
We're seeing more people getting married by friends than priests.
Wow,
We're
Republicans
seeing
are
more people
leading
getting
the
married by
Senate right now.
justice of the peace.
No.
Than priests. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like we're seeing that. So in my opinion, if people want to get married, just get fucking married. Like, it's fucking marriage. You know, it's
I just don't see us winning that fight against the religious right.
Exactly. I believe that, but we're in a country now where more of our urbanized communities, New York, Boston, Chicago, all of like Los Angeles, Vegas, all these heavily urban cities, even Orlando too in Florida, they're we're seeing a decline in just religion in general,
Senator Susan
which I mean I'm personally all for. I don't believe religion should be a thing that influences the country at all.
Wait, Richie, you don't believe Jesus is our Lord and Savior? Are you kidding?
He may
Dude,
be our
have you
Lord
met
and
me?
Savior, but he's not our fucking senator.
So I'll say this. In terms of my religion, I don't have one. I'm
Wait. I thought you looked at the flying spaghetti monster, dude. I'm not disappointed.
If you were to say I'm atheist, but I don't really even follow like atheism. Like I like to say I'm a humanist. I just like to be.
Are you agnostic or atheist?
Huh?
Are you agnostic or atheist?
I don't believe in a god. I don't believe in higher powers. But I don't also align myself with atheists in a way.
You should, Rich, because I've got the power.
Because a lot of atheists, they go on like these crusades.
Yeah,
that
that's
are
what-
like against religious freedom. Which
They're not atheists. They're anti-theist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like when they attack any religious people. They're like, "Oh, you're an idiot because you believe in God. You're a piece of shit," and
they're
they
like, I don't
attack
want
them.
that cross up there because it offends me. And
As a guy
my
who went to
reasoning
Catholic
is, if
for
you don't
12
believe in it,
years.
why should it offend you? You know what I mean? If you
Yeah.
don't believe in that the man up there is divine, why should it offend you if someone puts it up there?
If you're
You
going to
know what I mean?
be anti-theist and atheist, at least be consistent. Why do they always just go after Christians instead of other religious groups? Why don't you attack Jews as much? I realize they're a minority, but if you're going to be consistent, you should be against all religions.
Exactly.
They are. It's just that's the one they focus on.
Jews don't proselytize like Christians do.
Don't get me wrong. I have no love for the religious
What
right.
about Mormons?
In my opinion,
I hate the
religion is a
religious
cult.
right.
Mormons are a cult. My
They're
opinion, all
recognized
religion
as
is a cult.
religion. I will agree with you, Richie. I feel the same way. Mormons are just yes.
Yeah, Mormons. Mormonism is a cult, really.
Any religion that has their own, that has their official dessert as Jello,
That's definitely suspect.
it's suspect.
Any religion that forces women to wear skirts because
Can you put
jeans show off their
suspect around
ass.
me anymore? Because
Yeah.
I've been playing Among Us with friends, and we all say the word sus.
Weird.
I heard the
Yep,
word
sus,
suspect.
yep.
All I think is Among Us.
Yep.
So
Great game. I like
I'm not a big fan of you guys might disagree with me, but I'm also not a big fan of like
holy shit! Look at the lead in Pennsylvania.
SJWs and cancel culture. And to me, a lot of the people who are, the people screaming for canceling things and the people who are the SJW types, in my eyes, remind me of the religious right in the 90s when they were like trying to get certain types of music banned and fighting against pop culture.
And Tipper Gore.
Yes. So I'm not a fan of religious right. I'm also not a fan of PC culture for the same reason, because I even if I disagree with something or don't like something, I don't think that I wouldn't actively go out and try to get people's stuff canceled or get their speech shut down.
Wait, what the fuck did I just missed? Did it say 192? They must have called like California.
Yep, they call it California, Washington, Oregon.
Yeah, so Google
Idaho.
saying Joe Biden 209, Donald Trump 112.
No.
I know it's Google. I'm saying.
Yeah, but there's so many key states that need to go. Like we need Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. We need like 3 of the 4 of those.
We knew California was going to go Biden, though.
Yeah, that was a gimme.
Arizona is a key state for Trump, and it looks like Biden's winning it. So
he is.
Yeah, I mean Arizona's got 11 electoral votes, so that's also a big.
Okay, we got some drinking to do, boys and girls. It's now what 192 to 114.
I'm
That's
gonna
all
wait,
you.
I'm gonna wait till actual votes come in for California, but I will say I will drink for Oregon because Oregon is.
okay, I'm going to bet you guys that Trump gets less than 30% of the vote in California.
I disagree with that completely.
You think he'll get more than 30%?
Absolutely.
35.
Closer to Oregon. Yeah.
No one wins a state 70 to 30 anywhere. Like even like the red states are super. Like Massachusetts only goes like 60-40. So I assure you, no one's going to win 70-30 anywhere.
Massachusetts right now, though, I will say, Joe Biden's right at 67.1%, while Donald Trump's sitting at 31.1%.
For what?
For Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, and that's not even like I said. That's one of the most blue states
we're
you
pretty
get, and
close
they're not
to a
even at
70-30 split in Mass.
So can I just tell you, I was going around Middleborough Rotary, and there were some Trump people like waving flags and stuff.
Yeah.
And right across the street from them were two people with Black Lives Matter.
Hell yeah.
And I literally was like, I turned to my mom and I go, is it too late to turn around and hang out with the Black Lives Matter people? And she goes, if I didn't have to go to Rosary, I would agree. Let's turn around right now.
I'm debating calling out of work tomorrow and just standing in the middle of like Lakeville Square with just a Black Lives Matter sign.
So Donald Trump got 33% of the vote in Mass in 2016.
Yeah,
and
so
hang
he's
out with the
doing
Black Lives Matter people. And she goes, if I didn't
And he's
have
at 31.1 right now.
agree,
So it
let's
looks like
turn around right now.
it looks like he's
someone has a
trending
really
about
bad
the
delay
same.
because I just heard Natalie's voice talking about the Rosary again. Like with just a Black Lives Matter.
56% of Pennsylvania.
I heard you talking about the Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, so someone's delay is like wicked off.
I think that's James.
And she goes, if I didn't
He's at 31.1 right now. So it looks like
turn around right now.
it looks like he's
someone has a
trending
really bad
about the
delay
same.
because I just heard Natalie's voice talking about the Rosary again. I think it's James.
It's James. I just muted him.
Why did you mute me?
Someone's delay is
Because you're getting
really bad delay.
feedback into the microphone. We can hear everything.
Volume of your speakers.
Don't you have any headphones?
For days because they've been given a 3-day extension, and so they have up until Friday. Ballots that have been.
I'll be down.
It'll be down in Pennsylvania.
Postal Service will be
Anybody know Sharon Schiffer?
right here for them to be
Hi, Sharon. Thanks for watching.
Sharon,
Yeah, PA is not looking good right now if you're a Biden supporter.
I'm scared, Sharon. I'm scared.
PA is very red right now.
Why?
By quite a bit, too. It's 54.9% to 42.
Where are all the Quakers at?
I'm looking at the percentage of the votes on these from the AP, Associated Press.
I think the Quakers should just come out and they don't normally vote, but come on, vote. Vote.
Behind me, but just a little while ago, we saw hundreds of cars of these organizers.
I unmuted you, James. We can hear you now. You were getting a bunch of feedback into your mic.
Okay, so they made a ruling. They want a ruling in Pennsylvania saying they will allow late ballots coming in after today by mail as long as it's postmarked. So that is hopeful. So Pennsylvania may take a few days.
She started at the age of 12 years old, marching against Joe Arpaio.
Oh, I love Gotti. Gotti's the best. I really like Gotti Schwartz. He's cool.
Nevada's probably going to go for Biden.
Yep, Nevada's going for Biden. Hawaii's going for Biden. Alaska's going Trump.
Do we have any other results in? I've got some of the Senate races. Lindsey Graham, McConnell, or
Senate. It's Associated Press is saying 42 to 43.
Senators.
Yeah, senators. Republicans won 13 seats. Democrats won 9.
So that's a 22 out of 35. So there's 13 seats left.
And 2 seats. Yeah. So yeah, the Republicans won 13 seats. Democrats won 9. The House. Republicans won 129 seats. Democrats won 197. So they're projecting. NBC was projecting a Democrat majority for the House, but according to the Associated Press, the Republicans are 129 and the Democrats only 197 seats.
99. No.
Huh?
They just said 236 to 199.
I know. I'm going based off of the Associated Press's numbers. As far as official, they're saying official or whatever they're calling is 129.97.
Yep, that's not counting current races that have yet to be counted, and that's also counting whatever representatives were not up for election.
Yeah, it says the AP has called 226 of the 435 seats up for election. So out of the 226 seats they've called by the AP, 129 went to Republicans and 97 went to Democrats.
Yeah, so there's still a lot to call for.
But there's still a lot of seats. So
yeah.
I would be really surprised if the House, if the Democrats lose seats in the House. I don't think they will.
I talked to the Orange County Registrar today, spent the day with him. And he said in terms of fraud and
I have a feeling that this mail-in stuff might be
1% so far.
A huge mess.
It might be a huge mess, but
I think it'll be a huge mess because of people are going to have questions. So if Biden wins tonight and then the mail-in ballots come in and then Trump wins, I think people, either way, if Trump wins tonight and the ballots come in late and Biden wins, people I think are going to be suspect either way. They're going to be like, I don't trust this.
So the thing is, it's like you have people watching the counting. However, you don't have people watching the mail that comes in. So if you wanted to,
why?
Fuck with the system. Why?
Why don't we have people watching the mail like a hawk?
Because it's mail. It's run by a government organization.
I do like that in Massachusetts I could track my mail-in ballot.
Yep.
And I could see when I received it and then when I sent it back, making sure like the mailman didn't just like throw out my ballot or something.
It should be watched over like the American Idol.
I don't know why we don't have.
Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, it was all like less than 1
Oh,
point.
I just saw your notice. Richard.
In the other column in the last.
Is this Sally Jesse Raphael?
It looks like her. I need to get my charger and I'll get my phones, Richie.
Trump is leading in Michigan and Wisconsin.
That's not right.
My friend tweeted about the election. Fuck, I forgot to take my multivitamin today.
I forgot to take my meds today. It might not be a good day tomorrow.
So good in terms of the results we've seen. However, Arizona might be giving the Trump campaign a few heart palpitations at the moment. How do you see it?
Yeah, so the question of this night, Savannah, always get to the point where Pennsylvania would matter and potentially be decisive. And it looks like he's going to make it there, even if Arizona falls.
I have to go give Nick his charger.
And get to
All right, here's something that we should all be scared about. Madison Cawthorn, who once Instagrammed himself in front of the Eagle's Nest, where Adolf Hitler vacationed in Berchtesgaden, is going to Congress.
Yay!
That seems clear tonight. And also the odds of Republicans holding...
The 25-year-old Republican practically
Are you
claims a
kidding
youthful
me?
figure.
The Republican incumbent looking better in Pennsylvania.
Holy cow, that's the lead?
Over the course of the night. And even if Joe Biden wins, if there's a Republican Senate, that would mean his legislative agenda would basically be dead on arrival from the beginning. So far tonight, Republicans are feeling pretty good.
Andrea?
Caution flag on Pennsylvania because of that 3-day vote. That was a Supreme Court decision, giving them 3 days to count the early votes, which, as you point out, could not be counted until the polls closed today. They've got 3 days.
I remember where I was during the 2016 election.
That are out there in Pennsylvania.
I was at Bobby's
That's going to matter. The president
with Justin.
In the bathroom.
I was at the bar, and it was a night like this. It was like a Monday or Tuesday night.
It was
and
a night like this.
they weren't doing karaoke or anything like that. We were just watching the election results come in. And as soon as it was becoming very clear that Trump won, everybody was like, what?
Trump and Biden supporters are rallying near the White House as polls begin to close. Local reporters described the scene at the Black Lives Matter plaza near the White House as peaceful, with supplies including sanitizer, masks, and food being handed out to demonstrators while performers danced in the streets. At least Trump got his wall. It's around the White House right now.
Today, we're glad to have you with us.
This fall.
Also, big win. Sarah McBride becomes the first openly trans person elected to a state senate seat.
Wow.
Delaware elects Sarah McBride, first openly trans state senator in the U.S. Good on you, Jersey.
All right. Let's see what's going on.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
All right, guys.
Murder
I'm going to head out.
and has been an American way of death.
And I'm going to leave you all with this.
After seeing the most
What is the first law
introduced in Congress, I've begun
passed
to wonder
in an ideal land according to you?
Murphy's Law.
Finally,
that would be the first. That would be the best law passed in an ideal world for me is Murphy's Law, because anything that can't go wrong will go wrong.
That would be the law of 2020.
She's Joe
That's what it
Biden's
feels like.
line. But who is Kamala Harris?
Yep.
Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life
So-
journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part
Show.
Kamala
220.
New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your
May will have an excellent election and RIP to Sean Connery.
You're not just any patient.
Yes, R.I.P. Sean Connery.
Yes.
Thank God that there are people.
I saw somebody who said, "Do not post about Sean Connery because he was a misogynist who treated women poorly and he was a bad person."
I mean, in
I
the
don't
movies
care.
he was, but
Who's talking about this?
One of my friends, he posted this thing because he was saying people should stop making posts about Sean Connery because he was a terrible person and a misogynist.
And so wasn't John F. Kennedy, but he was still considered to be one of the greatest presidents
It
alive.
doesn't matter. We have to hold everybody to today's standards,
No,
even if they existed 80 years ago.
I don't give a flying F.
fun fact: historians now are starting to rank Kennedy, JFK, lower and lower on lists of most impactful or best presidents in U.S. history, because they're finally getting off of their mourning horse, mourning MOURNING, mourning horse, and finally saying like, all right, he actually didn't really do a lot.
President Trump
He was only in office for 2.5 years.
Exactly.
People who did the most during their first 100 days.
Well, his 100 days are really well known, actually. But after the 100 days, he faced the Bay of Pigs invasion, which is a botched attempt, the Cuban Missile Crisis. He didn't do a lot. He didn't get a chance. He was. I can't even tell you what he did beyond that. But
Meh, I still think he's great. Just like FDR, even though he cheated on his wife.
Yeah, FDR. So FDR is my favorite president.
FDR is my favorite president. But if Eleanor Roosevelt was a president, I would have put her above.
Well, I mean, have you looked at Eleanor? Of course FDR cheated on her. Have you looked at her? That's
how did he cheat on her? He was in a fucking wheelchair.
Dude, look at Eleanor. He cheated on her.
She was 19 or 20. Like, not when she was an old lady, but 19 or 20.
I'm just joking.
I heard Eleanor is a lesbian anyway. I don't know if that's true.
No, that's just some power-hungry male bullshit, because she literally became a spokesperson, she became a UN ambassador. So because she was a powerful woman, of course she must have been a lesbian. Much like Hillary Clinton,
definitely improved upon
obviously a lesbian because she was a woman who enjoyed power.
Real quick, looks like Joe Biden just took the lead in Maine.
Well, Maine is a split state, so not to mention it only has 3 votes. So either he gets 2-1 or 3-0.
As of right now, Donald Trump is leading the popular vote by a little over about 1.5 million.
All right. So much
By the
like
way-
the country, I'm going to leave you white men in charge tonight.
Yes. By the way, this popular vote doesn't even add up, because there's 90. It's 48 to 49 million in the popular vote when there were 97 million early votes cast. Yet they have 97 million votes total. So what happened to all these early votes that were cast? There should be somewhere in the neighborhood of 130 million votes counted by the end of this all, or 140 million. So
two candidates will be off by a point at best.
Okay. All right.
Joining us now is
Natalie's gone.
Coons of Delaware at Biden headquarters.
woohoo! No more women.
No,
Boys
no.
only rule.
So walk me
Boy
through.
thrill.
Maybe you pick up Arizona. You
Either
lose
or.
Florida, maybe you lose Georgia. Maybe you lose North Carolina. What's
All
the,
right,
the
Durbin.
most, the shortest path to 270 for Biden?
I wasn't following that race at all. I got a list of the races I was looking at.
How was everyone's day? How was everyone's day? Everyone out there in YouTube land or whoever's watching, how was your day? How's your day been?
How many people are watching us right now, Steve?
We're back down to 0. We had 8 people at one point. I think they're just sick of hearing us talk.
Oh, I am.
Is there any way I can find out who's watching us? I can't figure out how to do that.
If you pull up our video on Facebook, I guess it'll show you.
It's going to add 1 the second I do that. You know this, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Just gotta subtract 1.
Okay, I'm going to go to it. It's going to definitely tell me 1. Yeah, it says 1.
Senator Coons, with the exception.
I'm seeing the tape delay in my hands.
As of right now, Associated Press is reporting 209 Biden, 118 Trump. That is without the races that are not officially called, such as Arizona, Minnesota, Iowa, and all those red states that are still too close to call.
I know, but the 209 is so misleading because if Trump wins Florida,
Texas, yeah,
Pennsylvania, Michigan, that's like 100 some odd votes.
Yep.
Wow, the delay is ridiculous between us and Facebook. Oh, we have 2 watchers now. Obviously, 1 is me.
Yep. Could you mute your Facebook?
It is muted on Facebook.
Perfect.
Also, you're on my headset, so you shouldn't be picking up anything from the speakers. I got the headphones in.
I asked James Martin to join, and he said he was, but I don't see him. So
Awesome. I'm going to piss out my problems real quick. I'll be right back.
actually, I second that notion.
I'll entertain the crowd.
Entertain
like
the people, James. This is on you now.
Like a circus monkey. What's up, guys? Let me show you some politics, what I can do. So, just to ignore the awfulness that is elections right now, because what can I do? I can drink. So everyone, if you are commiserating like me on Mitch McConnell losing, Trump winning all the major swing states, Republicans slowly inching up on the Senate, let's have a drink. Because you know what? What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit. Thanks for all the too close to calls, guys.
But in several states that we expect to pick up Senate seats in, it is still too close to call.
Right.
Senator Coons, good to talk to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Who's in the audience right now? It's just me and you.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
You guys need to back the blue.
Next in line. But
Did you just join the village people, dude?
join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life.
Baba booey, baba booey, baba booey, baba booey, baba booey.
Kamala, next in line.
Kamala,
New
next in
episodes every
line.
Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
Not only is Trump winning in all those states, he's winning the popular vote. This is the most depressing shit in the world. I'm really hoping that all these mail-in ballots come in, and this is the thing is I really feel like they're going to come in late, and Trump's going to contest them. And they only came in late because he told the postmaster general to slow down the fucking mailing machines, so they couldn't sort it as fast.
Listen, I'm done with your conspiracy theories, James. Okay.
Her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast.
But he loaded the Supreme Court, so any contest can go to the Supreme Court where he's loaded it to win.
For breaking news in our
Conspiracies.
Yep.
This isn't okay. This isn't the Alex Jones show. Okay. This isn't InfoWars. Okay. This is NSFE. We deal in facts here.
Looks like as of right now, I was just saying that the popular vote was about 1.5 million to Donald Trump. Since I said that and more results are coming in, looks like it is about 100,000 votes off.
Yeah, so the popular vote shot up for Biden.
Yep, right now it's at 51.6 mil for Biden and about 51.8 mil, so about 200,000 for Trump right now.
It's like watching like the Red Sox or the Patriots, where they just keep you in torture the entire fucking game, and then maybe win at the end. And I can't stand it. I don't want to watch
the Senate. The Senate is the Republicans won 15 seats, Democrats 9. So Republicans picked up more seats in the Senate.
It's 45-44 then. It's still.
It says 45 to 42, but that's the AP, so I don't know.
Yep, right now they're not reporting Minnesota, Iowa, which is leaning blue, Montana leaning blue, New Mexico leaning blue, Arizona leaning blue. Georgia has 2 seats with one runoff election, and
well, the Georgia Senate seat won't be determined until January. It's a special election because someone retired or died. I don't know which, and it's just a runoff. So they're going to get the top 2 candidates, and then it's going to go to January for the full election.
And any combination of them can turn this into a very interesting.
He's breaking out the fucking guitar.
I think it's out of tune.
Oh yeah, that's out of tune.
This is a what do you call it? It's a smaller.
Safari.
It's not a full size dreadnought. It's like one of the mini ones.
Yep, I believe that's a Luna Safari.
Yeah, it's a little.
It's a travel guitar. Mine is also a smaller guitar, but mine's called it's made by Guild. It's called a Junior Jumbo. It's got more of like the jumbo guitar body shape, but in a smaller, almost 3/4 size. Mine's considered 3/4 size. Yours is considered travel size.
Funny please, funny please.
Oh no.
Reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time.
I can't. I have the headphones on, so I can't tune it. So take my headphones off.
I saw a great tweet. Live election reporters be like, breaking news. It's still too early to call.
Nights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid.
The amount of ads that they're putting out is insane.
It's the same ad over and over again.
I know, but it's every minute and a half.
Kamala.
Free wherever you get your
Oh, I'm going to subscribe right now.
Nurses who
Not.
worked together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient; you're their friend.
These folks, my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust.
I recently made a new Twitter account. I left Twitter because it's basically a human cesspool.
At MSNBC.com.
So you went back after.
Yes.
I left the human cesspool, but guess what? I'm back in that human cesspool. What up, guys?
I don't like Twitter because it's like the lowest form of communication, in my opinion. And it's people just shitting on each other and like, gotcha. Like making, like somebody just replying to something with a zinger or like a stupid one-liner.
Like I just saw a great tweet that said, getting my rib removed so I can suck my own rib.
Well, I'm okay with that stuff. I mean more like, I got annoyed with all the political stuff back and forth on Twitter. I was like, all right, I'm just going to delete my account. So it's like both sides constantly shitting on each other, but it's really dishonest because like you know, they'll play gotcha with each other, but the gotcha points are usually like something stupid or some bullshit.
Looks like as of 8 minutes ago, Fox News just called Arizona for Biden.
To last another 24 hours.
It's fake news.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold.
There's a fake Donald Trump Twitter that I follow called Donald J. Trump with 2 M's, and it's just one word tweet that just says "fuck." And it's like, I wish it were actually true.
Decision 2020.
Short on excitement. We still have a lot of votes to count. Let's show you where we are. 11:30 East Coast time, 8:30 in the Pacific West. Florida is too close to call at this
Oh,
hour.
Biden went back up in Florida. Wasn't the gap bigger?
It's too early.
Yeah.
But the president has taken a lead.
Wait, is he leading in Florida?
Trump's leading in Florida, but the gap closed a little bit.
Ohio, it's too early in Ohio, but Trump leads there.
Let's look at Georgia. Democrats.
I mean, that's a big gap.
This one is too early to call. We'll see how the votes shake out there. What are you looking at, Chuck?
Well, look, I just want to update folks. I know everybody's wondering about a few states here. I'll start west to east. Arizona, I told you we've been 75% reporting. We're stuck. We don't have any new vote, so not anything new to report there. We still have Biden leading. Let's go over to North Carolina, which we haven't called. We're still stuck at 95% reporting, so we may be in one of
How
these
many
sort of,
votes are left uncounted?
wait and see modes, if you will. This still looks pretty good for Donald Trump, North Carolina, and here. And in Georgia, it is trickling in, as you can see, but let me just go in and around here. In the Atlanta,
Obviously, Atlanta is going to be
we got only half the vote.
heavy Biden.
Cobb, 66.
Is Atlanta not reporting fully yet?
Yeah.
Cobb is something. Cobb has made a remarkable. Okay.
Wow.
It's literally swinging almost 20 points, and we've seen this.
We're gonna wait. This is not gonna be resolved for a few days. I'm just praying that a lot of the mail-ins just swing it all back in Biden's favor.
Yes, you've heard it here first at Not Safe for Earth, folks. Bernie Sanders declared president.
You know that's been up for like 20 minutes, Richie.
I just saw it now, dude. Yo, I've been so just out of it today.
All I know is that Coon and Cotton won. So if we want to use like terms from Huckleberry Finn, then they've won.
No, don't you dare.
Oh, hey, Jim.
There's a candidate named Coons and a candidate named Cotton that both won, and I assure you both those words are somewhere in Huckleberry Finn. So
hey, Bernie would have won.
Joe Biden has come up short in the Sun Belt.
this is the problem with candidates that they can stick up. Like once they demonize the idea of socialism, Bernie stood no chance. And socialism is something that happens every day in this country. Welfare is a social program. Your checks from the pandemic are a social program. That is what socialism is. And yet they demonized it. And in doing so, I have people who say like, oh, fuck socialism. Like, did you ever hear one person mention socialism before 2019?
Are we talking about like the textbook definition of socialism?
I'm talking about the term that the idea of socialism that has been demonized in the media by predominantly Republicans in the past year and a half. What actual textbook socialism is no one has a clue about, because all they're doing is calling whatever people.
I was going to say just because like those programs aren't textbook socialism. Those are social programs.
Those are socialist programs, yes,
but they're not. That's not socialism.
But neither is Bernie's is not promoting socialism in the country either. So true socialism will never happen because of a constitution. However, they've convinced people that that's what's going to happen it's fear mongering.
I mean, I think there is a way you could have socialism without violating the Constitution, but
you have something called Congress that will stop it. No, it'll never happen. Congress will stop it.
It's very unlikely. It also requires we would have to basically reconstruct our entire system, like the way we do things.
And again, Congress has to approve it all, and Congress will never okay any of that.
It would also require force, and people aren't just going to give up what they have. Like if you own a business, you're not just going to give up your business because the government's trying to take it over. And I don't mean take it over like communism. I mean like,
Yeah, that's communism, not socialism.
I'm talking about, yeah, but if you wanted to have a completely socialist system, it would require like things like worker co-ops or things like that, like where the workers control the companies.
Mhm.
That's
But that's not government control. That's worker controls.
But I'm saying if you wanted to to have a socialist system in the United States, I'm saying you would have to have there'd have to be some sort of coercion to switch over to that. Like you can't just, people aren't just going to be like, all right, I'll give up Amazon and it's going to be a worker controlled company now.
Yeah, but you can break up large companies. Like AT&T was broken up. I do think we America has not exercised that in a while because of the power of Wall Street. But
I think companies like Google should be broken up.
I agree too.
I think
completely.
Google's too big.
Google and Amazon both need to be broken up.
It's another thing where, that goes against my political principles, but it's something I agree with, even though it goes against what you would consider the ideology to be.
Well, you have to realize that capitalism only works when you have natural controls within the system, but monopolies ruin those natural controls. And so you have to have monopoly busters in order to keep a stable system. You have to, because otherwise, like the monopolies rule everything. And you're seeing that with Amazon. You're seeing that with Google. So,
yeah. There's some of the social media companies too. Facebook. I think Facebook has too much power.
The problem is there's no. Facebook has a lot of power. Facebook does not have. It's not that they have run out the competition. There hasn't been a competition that, like, it's not a business model where you could have a social platform like Facebook that doesn't depend on advertisers, but Facebook just has all the tools to keep those people in. They're not running competition out per se because of
you can't really compete with them at this point. To try to create a new social platform that would compete with Facebook would be nearly impossible.
Yeah, because they have whatever 2
Same
billion
thing with
people.
like YouTube. To try to start a new a video platform like YouTube would be next to impossible.
What are you talking about? There are video platforms like Vimeo.
Yeah, and they're not doing very well.
Yeah.
Vimeo's fine. It's not like the level of YouTube.
You mean Vimeo? Wait? I'm sorry. Fuck the election and all this shit. Do you call it Vimeo?
Yes.
Do you also call Aeropostale Aeropostale? Like, what is happening?
I've never heard a pronunciation for Vimeo. Vimeo is what you call it?
Do you
I've
call
always
it a Abercrombie and Fitch? Like, what is happening?
Okay. We get it, Richie.
It's
no, I like him to keep going.
Like
I've never heard a
video.
pronunciation for it ever.
Like video, but for
Vimeo.
But it's Vimeo.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
I've never.
I'm sorry. I'm just busting your balls, man.
You definitely did. It's fine. Anyway, Vimeo is people use it. It's not huge.
Would you like
good thing about
Would you like a
Vimeo
piece
is that
of my trident?
And the problem with Vimeo is that YouTube is owned by Google. So Google does not link Vimeo videos; they link YouTube videos, which is another problem with the monopoly that Google has. So
also, YouTube and Google rely almost solely on ad revenue. So, what also helps with that is they do not allow any copyrighted material. Vimeo does not solely rely on ad revenue. Vimeo relies on subscription-based services where you have like Vimeo Plus, Vimeo Pro, different things like that. So you can actually have copyrighted music, say, in a video. And a lot of people will link if they're doing like a reaction video or something like that. And if it's blocked on YouTube, you can actually go see it on Vimeo, and they'll actually upload it to Vimeo. But that's the reason I like Vimeo, is that it's a good way that I can like upload something. Say if I'm like waiting for a YouTube premiere, I can upload it to Vimeo and just send it to like a couple friends being like, "What do you think of this?" Before I like.
You can upload stuff to YouTube with and make it unlisted.
Private, yeah.
unlisted. I usually put it as unlisted. That way I can share the link. So I'll put it up and nobody can see it unless I share the link with them. That's what I do for NSFE stuff. If I want to show you guys something before I make it public, I'll put it up on YouTube and make it unlisted. But I like YouTube, but I still think that Google has too much control.
I completely.
It'd be really easy for somebody to take advantage of the level of power, I guess, that Google has. Like that, the level of influence, as far as like controlling the way that their algorithms work for search engine optimization and results and just everything. Like they just like a lot of everything's connected to Google. The way people get information. Like even me, myself, I check Google News every day, and they determine what they're going to tell me by whatever their algorithms are. Like they show me certain articles.
That's every news platform. I check Fox News daily, and I assure you that for some reason I don't get what most people get on Fox News. So
yeah, my parents watch like the Fox News channel, and it's like, guys, it's not news. That's solely opinion.
Yeah, but I actually follow Fox News just to kind of see what the other side thinks.
Same.
And there's a lot of pro-liberal stories that I feel like are catered to me just because somehow my profile has had them do that. I don't think I get the true Fox News experience when I go to foxnews.com.
Real quick, Biden just surged ahead in popular vote by a little over 1.5 million. Right now, Biden's sitting at 56.6 mil. Right now, 56.7. Well, Donald Trump's still at 55.
You know the expression, though, right? Republicans, they're known to vote early and vote often.
Yep.
The often was the joke there, but okay.
Yep, I got it.
Well, they have one for the other side too, which is
vote late and kill babies.
No, the Democrat one is
Get rid of them. That's
the dead vote for Democrats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Looks like Joe Biden's about 200,000. Sorry, 200,000 ahead in Arizona. So it looks like Arizona's still not called according to the Associated Press, but like even Georgia still isn't called. Which I mean, at this point,
75% reporting, and Trump's ahead by quite a bit.
Yeah. Same with Texas. Like
Florida's closed.
Yeah, Florida's.
Donald Trump has a good enough lead in Texas where I could say it's probably safe to call it for him. But
well, it depends, like we don't know what the mail-in counting system is. Like, are they counting? Do they start counting this morning? Do they have them pre-counted? Like, how did mail-in counting work?
They have time to count them. They couldn't even open them until tonight after the polls closed. Is the president prepared?
that's what you're talking about right now.
To make sure that every vote is counted.
Well, of course, look, the president, of course he wants the votes counted. We have to make sure that it's done properly. And if they're postmarked on time and they follow the rules, then of course that's the case. And look, right now, as you look at the numbers in Pennsylvania, we're very, very happy again with what our performance has been. This is a state that Joe Biden claims to be his home state, even though he hasn't lived in it in 65 years. He claims Pennsylvania as his home. The truth is we're exceeding our expectations in the state of Pennsylvania. We believe we're going to win the state of Pennsylvania. But once we win in Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona and potentially Nevada.
Nevada's currently leaning Trump.
Does not come into factor as much as it may have
reported.
if those states change hands.
Corey Lewandowski, thank you for stopping by and thanks for your time.
Montana is leaning Trump.
Jackson joining us now from the White House with more
reporting.
Interesting to hear Corey Lewandowski there, of course, the president's former campaign manager for a period of time in 2016 and somebody who's been involved in an advisory capacity now. Talk about how optimistic they are, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. I have to tell you, the vibe that I'm getting tonight from a lot of conversations with sources late into the evening here has been very sort of 2016 deja vu, at least at this hour. I just got off the phone with somebody close to the campaign who is feeling better than they would have hoped, better than they would have expected when we had talked, a few hours ago, right before polls started to close there. There is a sense that they are seeing some of these numbers, some of these early numbers from places like Pennsylvania.
So are we saying that Joe Jorgensen is not going to win? Has that been called yet?
They are feeling encouraged by the margins being somewhat similar to what they saw in 2016. A sense that, again, the polls may have missed the mark in some of these states. The state of Arizona,
Of course you will.
we're showing that NBC
I thought
News,
actually,
to be very
I'm
clear,
calling
there
a
is
vote
not
right
no
now
call in that state. I do
for
think there
Kanye.
is an acknowledgement that that is not going right now in President Trump's favor. I think it's notable that Mr. Lewandowski did not reference the state of Arizona there. But those are, I think, some of the themes that we're looking at is, can the president pull out a what you could characterize fairly, I think, as a come from behind, or at
I
least
want
a
to see
come
how many
from a
votes
dead
did
heat
Kanye
kind of
get.
win from a very narrow path.
I guarantee you it's somewhere in the hundreds of thousands.
I will tell you, there is no expectation that
Guaranteed.
this is going to end anytime soon. The folks who are behind me in the White House, in the Eastern,
Kanye
the
West
Grand
had
Fleur, and some other spaces inside the White
1,187
House are
votes
planning to stay
in
for quite a while. This
Vermont.
thing is going to go for sure into the morning.
That's a tiny state too, by the way.
There is no anticipation that we will actually get a decision before the morning hours at the earliest. Savannah.
All right, Hallie Jackson, going to be a long one. We'll fit in a quick break right here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning.
I can't find any other states that have Kanye votes.
Joe Jorgensen right now is sitting at around 500,000 votes.
Oh, Kanye West got 6,000 votes in
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with
Kentucky.
us.
This fall,
I'm looking right now at Ballotpedia. This is the most current, accurate count. Kanye West right now is sitting at 29,852 votes in the U.S.
every morning on Today.
That's what he's currently at. 29,000, about 30,000 votes.
Hey, Joe Jorgensen's got 1.2% of the vote so far.
After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress.
The title is The Backlash. It's not happening.
So it's a lot of early. This is voting, so I think they're gonna have to be counting in mail-in ballots, so we're not gonna know. I'm just hoping that a lot of the mail-ins have not been counted, and that people are making sure that the mail-ins are counted, and that these surge. He's winning in certain states that I don't think he should win, like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He's winning in all of them right now. But
there's more reporting for the House.
I don't know how the mail-in's working on any of those.
And more calls for the Senate too.
I know.
The Senate now they've called more seats for Democrats now. Still showing 15.
He was leading the popular until recently, so the popular is now in bed chair.
There's this great meme that's on Facebook right now. It says, "Biden, if you make over 400,000 a year, your taxes will be higher."
I know.
Guys from my high school that
And
make
then here's the thing:
35,000
is
a year.
now, if the mail-ins work in Biden's favor, and then Trump fights them, what happens? Does this go to the Supreme Court like it did in 2000? And the Supreme Court is now loaded.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the electorate?
It goes to
I
Congress.
don't know. I don't. I mean,
If you have an issue with
I don't
the
think
voting, that goes to the courts, and the courts are all stacked in Trump's favor. The thing is you can request judges for cases, and hopefully, but the thing is the people who are going to bring up the cases are Trump, so they're going to go to courts that they know have conservative judges, and then the Democrats have to argue before the Democratic judges, and they can ask for a change of venue, but they have to show cause, and it's just a mess.
That's a great meme. The Jerry Mandalorian.
McConnell won. That was the biggest disappointment. Who the hell votes for that ignoramus?
That turtle.
What an awful human being. I am now on record as like calling McConnell like an awful troglodyte.
Yep, I'm with you on that. Looks like Hawaii and Alaska have no results yet. Those are going to be the last votes we'll see coming in.
No one cares about those states anyway.
Yep.
I'm just kidding.
Right now, it looks like we're about 70-30 in California. California is right now sitting at 69.4%, while Donald Trump's at 28.8%.
Hey, I might win my bet.
Steve, you might win your bet.
In Oregon, he goes back to the Senate in Idaho. It's too early to call, but Jim Risch.
Okay, so my messages come in real time, but there's a huge delay between us and the YouTube and the Facebook. It's like a good.
Who's this James Sanguinetti asshole? And why is he shitting on my favorite turtle?
You supine protoplasmic invertebrate jellies.
Hang on to her seat after facing a challenge from Teresa Greenfield, and in Montana.
Wow, North Carolina, Trump is leading by less than I'd say about 80,000.
Funny thing, I was actually looking into North Carolina not so long ago because apparently it's actually a good place to live right now. They have a booming economy, and cost of living is not too crazy there.
Brings us to Casey Hunt, who has been doing the pluses and minuses all night long. There have been some disappointments, at least on the Democratic side, in terms of where they thought they might be able to get some pickups.
That's right, Savannah. And as the night wears on, Republicans are becoming to control.
This is torturous.
Quite frankly, that's not really where things stood when we all sat down earlier.
I have a question, guys. What is happening with our upcoming shows?
Confident. I know we're still
So our live show, I think we're gonna have to cancel.
Iowa, but Republicans are
Are they closing permanently, or do we have to move? Like, I know stuff has to close by like 9 or 10.
really
Can we do it earlier? Is that an option?
I don't think I'll be able to do earlier.
What, we thought were pretty difficult approval ratings.
I think we should just go back to doing the What If show.
Well, we were going to do the What If show anyway. And in fact, I was going to recommend that we do them back to back and have like the Friday night show promote the Saturday show.
The White House tonight.
That was
I have to talk to Nick about that. I don't know because he's the one who was coordinating with the owner of the Platinum City. They don't have a lot of a huge turnout there, so I mean, we'd only expect probably about 10 people or so.
So you mean like 5 people more than we usually get at Bobby's? Okay, great.
Tom Tillis, there are still some outstanding wild
I guess
cards
even for
across the map,
karaoke,
so I
Justin was only getting like 7 or 8 people.
we really know where this stands.
But I think a lot of that has to do with Corona, and also there's probably a restriction on how many people they can have in there at a time. From what I understand, it's not a really a big place. So
yeah, and I'm really like now that I was looking at like the numbers, because like the day we booked that show was like the biggest uptick in COVID cases in the U.S. like in one day since the beginning, and I'm just like, fuck.
Yeah, I haven't actually talked to like family about
my
performing.
suggestion would be to not do the live show and just do the What If show. Richie already made a graphic, put up the event page. I'll make a video. I didn't make the video because I thought we were going to do the live show instead.
Well, I thought we were doing both. I was under the impression we were doing both anyway.
Also, we're talking about this while we're live, right?
What's up?
We're talking about this while we're live.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I didn't know if that's what we wanted to do, but okay.
We have 0 viewers. So, sorry, we have 1 viewer, but it's me on Facebook.
All right. So, we could do the What If. Could we then push the What If show out a week? So instead of the 19th, it's the whatever the next week is. Actually, so instead of the 14th, it's the 21st. Could we do that?
We can.
We definitely need more time with the concept and rehearsal.
Well, I also thought we were going to do the live show instead, which is why I stopped working on the What If stuff. So
me too.
I thought we were doing both, but
I want to put together the Twilight Zone video so I can use it as an ad promo on Facebook.
Richie, if you want to sit down, we can talk about like ideas for What If show. We can. Just I can give you like my 2 cents from my improv background. I haven't really thought a lot about performance shows. Like, I was gonna make a joke about when Nick asked for a set list for Platinum City. I was gonna be like, game 1, improv-y stuff. Game 2, more improv-y stuff. Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of So I gotta get back into a what if mode then, because until like once we decided that we were just doing that live show, I was kind of in like just a regular improv-y mode. So
I thought we were doing. I really thought we were doing both.
No, what? As far as my understanding, when talking to Richie and Nick in the group chat, was we were going to do the live show instead.
Yep.
Oh, I missed that then.
Just because it was
That's
it
why
was
I
the next
stopped.
week, and we were just going to do it then, and yeah, but I asked if we could just do like a standard improv gamey show, mainly just because since September, we haven't really performed since like the beginning of the year or last year. So
Well, we performed outside, so we did kind of perform. It's not like
I mean, we did 3 or 4 games.
yeah, but I'm not saying like
that we like did. So we, not counting that, we haven't performed since like beginning of the year. So we still haven't had the opportunity to really get our
and we've never
chops.
performed. But bear in mind, we've only performed with you at that time, Richie.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, I'm talking about like just performing in general.
yeah, I definitely was rusty that day. It was.
Me too.
It wasn't even a good time for me because of
or not March, January.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I stopped working on the What If show because I thought we were going to do the live show instead. So then I was going to come up with a promo for the live show. And then Nick's like, oh, well, Baker just locked everything down. I don't think we can do it. I'm like, okay.
He has to check with Platinum City if he's the liaison and then give us the update.
One of my friends posted something saying F you, Baker. And
Pat
huge
Long
anti-Baker
was like,
roast.
Pat Long went a bit on Facebook.
One of my friends is super anti-lockdown and anti-mask, and he posted this huge thing about Baker being a piece of shit.
I have a lot of friends who are mad at Baker right now because of the lockdowns.
I'd like to give a quick message to anybody who's watching right now. The pandemic isn't over just because you're over it. It's a shitty thing. We're all going through it. But guess what? It's something we all got to go through. So, nut up, wear a mask, or shut up. And
yeah, Karen.
Yeah, Karen.
Shut
Honestly,
the fuck up, Karen.
The pandemic isn't over just because you're over it.
Fucking
Granted,
Karen.
everybody decided at the beginning of September that everyone was over it. Started sending kids back to school. Started doing all this stuff. And look where we're at now. 225,000 people more are dead. We're looking at one of the worst pandemics to hit the nation since the Spanish flu. And people are yelling at retail workers because they have to wear a mask in the store. How fucking stupid are people going to be even after this election? That's what I'm scared about. Your guy's going to win, or whoever's going to win. And this is just going to happen. Thank you, sir. I am Patton Oswalt. These are my words of wisdom.
I was wondering when you were going to see that.
Dude, honestly, I'm so sick of people like being over the pandemic. Buy your not safe for Earth masks. And
that's right. Made in America.
Made in
$10.
America.
One of these can be yours.
As opposed to the man you think is working for America but has his hats made in China.
$10. That's it. That's cheap for a beautiful custom NSFE mask. And if you're Karen, it's 50% more. So we can charge you $15 if you're Karen.
Dude, we should set up a promo code because you can do that on Teespring.
Promo code Karen?
promo code Karen for 25% off your mask.
All right. Promo code Karen. You heard it here first.
Shannon just messaged me. So if you want to post the link again, she might be jumping on.
I posted it on the book face.
Post in the chat.
I'm just playing with my knife.
Should I check any other channels? You guys want to switch?
Hold on. I'm posting it to her right now.
Because this one seemed to be the most interesting out of all the ones I found.
Google right now. Now Joe Biden has about a 2 million vote lead. Yep, here we go. About a 2 million vote lead.
Jumped up. I wonder what Trump's doing right now.
I'm really praying that this is mail-ins just trickling in. I really hope for this. Yep. I need another beer.
As of right now, Donald Trump is leading Pennsylvania with about 500,000 votes. Arizona, Joe Biden is leading with about 200,000 votes.
It is Pennsylvania is only reporting 54% though.
Yep.
And Pennsylvania was the one where they were saying there's probably going to be there might not be any clear indicator of who the winner is for a few weeks.
So like I said, I'm scared that Trump's going to come on and be like, "Hey, guys, I won." And then he's not going to win and be like, "It's a fraud."
How are you doing? We have a new token female opinion.
This is Shannon. Despite her Gladys moniker,
Where's the pips?
Wait, what? Hang on.
Pips. Gladys Knight.
Gladys Knight and the pips.
Gladys Knight and the
pips?
Oh no, I'm Gladys because I'm Grandma Gladys. See, I'm always cold and tired, and yeah. So
here we go.
So,
I got you. I will change my name to you. I am a pip.
You're a pip.
I'm a pip. We're all pips.
Token female opinion from Gladys. Gladys probably knows more than all of us. She just came from volunteering at a poll place. How was that, Shannon?
Oh, it was kind of miserable. Everyone was distrusting of everyone else. It was like the paranoia that some politicians have been trying to instill a lot of people has certainly leaked into the poll worker space. So yeah, it was weird. Weird times. Are we like live or recording or something?
We are live.
We're live.
We're on Facebook right now.
We're streaming.
We are streaming to Facebook, so you are now a guest.
You didn't tell her that we were streaming live?
No,
I did
I'm
tell
like,
her this.
Are you hanging out? And James is like, I'm just hanging out and drinking with some friends. I'm like, oh, let me join. I'm drinking too. And
No, I definitely said we're going to stream this now, but or I was like, we're gonna stream this. So yeah, if you don't want to be on, we understand. But if for what it's worth, we are down to one watcher, which is probably me logged onto Facebook. So it's probably 0 watchers. But we've had people
fluctuating between like 0 and 8 people watching.
We've had people jump on and off and just say
we
hi.
didn't plan this, so we didn't advertise it. We just randomly decided.
Literally, when I texted you at the last minute, I'm like, hey, we might do this. It came all together. So we're all here just talking about the returns. The McConnell won. Graham is winning.
To be fair, Gladys, usually when James gets a woman to say yes, the details are usually a little bit murky. So I'm not really surprised.
Yeah. Wait, let me read for you verbatim how he lured me into this non-consensual Facebook stream. How'd it go about the polls? We're online goofing and watching returns. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm calling a couple of friends, blah, blah, blah. I have a nice bottle of wine that I'd like to enjoy with quote unquote company. James says, absolutely. We are drinking. A lot of races are going sour. McConnell got projected to win, which is a terrible disappointment. Still hanging out. Says, yep, watching the super disappointed. James, at no point were you like, we're streaming live to Facebook.
I thought I said it beforehand when I said tonight we're going to be streaming this. I thought I said something along those lines.
Arrest this man. If he lies about that, who knows what he's lied about?
I should just be a Republican, right?
Yeah, then you can get away with lying about anything all the time and no one cares.
Yeah.
Biden just took the lead again in Rhode Island. Just letting you guys know.
That was a fighter.
I was surprised. Rhode Island was really close.
Yeah.
So Shannon, let me ask you, how are mail-in balloting counting working? Do you know?
Yeah, 538 has a super helpful graph that looks like this or this. So, like, for example, you'll see Trump's count or the number of votes for Trump going up, and it'll be up higher earlier, whereas the counts for Biden will be lower earlier, but then go up faster, so that by the end, you may have more votes for Biden than for Trump, but the crossover point is going to be days from now, for example, in Pennsylvania. But some of these races are already like callable. Trump won Florida. Trump's going to win North Carolina. Yeah. Done deal for a lot of these places. Talk about massive polling errors. Polling just broken? I think polling's broken.
Yeah, we were talking about this a couple days ago, how I just don't trust polling anymore because after 2016, I don't trust polling at all. Just don't. Here's my next question. How are exit polls working when everyone mailed in their ballots? Or not everyone, but like 80 to 90% or whatever percentage mailed in. How are we doing exit polls when there's really no exits from the polls?
Same way that we're doing polling, I think. You know, you like wave a magic wand and do some wishful thinking and then create numbers that make Democrats feel good. Like that's how I assume the polling was done this time. And so exit polls are similarly rosy in a lot of cases.
But I used to understand exit polling where you took a small sample of the people leaving the polls and you kind of like asked them who they voted for. And then that if you get enough people, it's a significant sample size. But like, how are they getting these numbers for people like these early exit polls without a significant amount of people leaving the polls? Like it just, I don't get it.
They're doing online surveys. 538 has something on this. I think if you look at their live analysis, actually, I don't recommend you look at their live analysis. It's depressing, but if you scroll through there and look for search for exit polls, you can find an explanation.
How likely are any of these polls to be like accurate that we're seeing we're on NBC right now? I feel like you're like a guest speaker for us now. Okay, Miss White, we need to ask you about how polling works exactly, and how accurate is it exactly, and could they change afterwards? Token female killing.
Yeah, I mean, I was a poll observer for like a day, so I must know everything about polling at this point, right?
They call Virginia for Biden. That's an upset.
Yeah. No, the a priori odds on Biden winning Virginia were very high, like 90-something.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the projections I looked at earlier had Virginia going to Trump. And these
Where
are
were you looking? Huh?
I love when it's like 12% or something. That one's 95%, but there's a lot of these are like, this is 54%. Like it's so misleading sometimes when you see like, oh, 41%.
Yeah.
Maine's crappy split, 4 or 5 votes.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But I'm going to take bets right now, like the conditional odds. So given that Trump is winning Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia, that puts the conditional probability of Biden winning at about 50%. Does anyone want to place bets? Yeah.
So wait, the swing states right now are Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Florida, Texas, not Texas. What are the other key swing states right now? And who needs to win what to win the presidency, assuming everything else goes like standard?
Arizona and Pennsylvania. Biden has to win Pennsylvania, basically. It is the swing state right now.
So he has to go put on a Quaker hat and like sell some oats to
right now, Trump has a huge lead in Pennsylvania, but it's only 56% reporting.
Yeah, and by the way, like I said, they did win a ruling that they're allowing votes that are trickling in that come in after today to be counted as long as they're postmarked, I believe. So
didn't the Supreme Court choose not to take the case, which means that is the truth for now. But Alito said that they may take the case later, which is the sketchiest thing that Supreme Court has ever done. We're not going to rule on whether or not your votes count if you mail them in when you still have time to drop them off instead of mailing them in. We're going to wait until after you mail them in to tell you that they don't count and then disenfranchise you after the fact. That's like what they're potentially going to do.
I got shot down for being a QAnon guy because I said, isn't it convenient that the mail system went down because the Postmaster General was a Trump lackey and the mail is conveniently slow and trickling in at a way slower pace than it ever used to. Convenient. So there's my QAnon for the day.
I mean, Q's still out there sending us signals, right? Like, who knows? Maybe he's the puppet master behind the scenes making.
You guys just don't understand it, okay? Donald Trump is draining the swamp, and he's fighting all of these pedophiles in Washington, okay?
The pedophiles from the pizza joint? Yes, I understand completely.
The pizza joint that was keeping the kids in the basement, except it didn't have a basement. Yeah.
Didn't have a basement.
Yeah. That's why the guy who stormed the pizza joint to shoot it up was asking to go to the basement, which is where the kids were supposedly being held hostage. And they're like, there literally is not a basement here. So
This is like Pee-wee's Big Adventure with the Alamo all over again.
They actually made a video game about this. It's called Five Nights at Freddy's, and about the yeah.
I get that reference because I have nephews who play that game, but I don't know if Shannon or Steve know what that is.
It's a horror video game that takes place in a like Chuck E. Cheese establishment.
Like all the animatronics turn evil at night.
Yeah, and then they added all this weird shit. But yeah, I spent a lot of time with my other podcast talking about the lore and the history of Chuck E. Cheese, like all the backstory. But I forgot what I was gonna say earlier. Yeah.
I am drinking Portuguese liqueur for my choice here.
Wait, what are you drinking?
Maracujá.
Hell yeah.
This is a Portuguese liqueur. It is made from passion fruit. It's called Maracujá.
Portugal.
You know, it's funny that all those QAnon people were convinced there was a pedophile ring inside of a pizza place, and all they had to do was travel, to
New York City to Fifth Avenue.
I was going to say a few miles off the coast to Little St. John's.
Oh, okay.
And,
same idea.
That's that holiday song by the Beach Boys, right?
Yeah.
It's the Little St. John.
That's the name of the island, right? Little St. John's? I think that's what it's called.
I forget. It was part of the Virgin Islands. Pedo Island.
Googling Epstein's Island. I'm going to have to delete my browsing history.
I think
it's called Little St. James. I'm sorry. Little St. James, not Little St. John.
St. James? It has my name? Oh, I feel great about
Little
this.
St. James.
Yay.
Because very early on in the stream, I looked up libertarian stance on pedophilia. So
wouldn't you,
that
Richie?
was something I gotta get rid of.
I'm super curious. What is the libertarian stance on pedophilia?
They don't want to throw anybody in jail for it, but it's something that happens. So if you are a pedophile, they believe that unless you act on it, there shouldn't be any legal thing.
Is there a legal thing if you don't act on it?
I don't believe there is, and I don't think there should be. You shouldn't be put in jail for feelings or thoughts.
Yeah.
But also, I mean,
it's not an endorsement of
like
pedophilia.
If your thought is like, I want to fuck a kid, you should be in jail. Honestly, if you look at a kid and think, I want to put,
you're like, damn,
put something in that kid.
The way she touches that Play-Doh.
Then you should definitely be in jail.
Hey, girl. I was hoping you make me something tasty out of Easy Bake Oven.
So some fun victories today, Shannon. A guy named Cotton and a guy named Coons won Senate seats.
Cotton in Arkansas, right? He's going to be like a big liberal or a big conservative politician for a while. He's like a 2024 hopeful, right?
Holy crap. Gardner lost in Colorado to Hickenlooper. That was my personal favorite was Hickenlooper. I didn't even know who had those names. What are the other funny names I was tracking? I had some
Senator Gobstopper won in Never Neverland.
But yes. Who votes? I'm still confused. Who actually votes willingly for Mitch McConnell, who looks like he's a reject from a zombie movie? So, like, how do you in good conscience vote for this man who looks like he there was a curse that was placed over him 200 years ago to keep him alive, and his face is barely staying on after 200 years. But
see how tiny this guy's eyes are? Look at
that's Tom Brokaw.
Is it?
Yes. Is it? I think so.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% certain that's Tom Brokaw. That is definitely Tom Brokaw. Someone back me, Shannon, Richie, back me up, please.
Yeah.
If it is, he looks terrible.
Yeah, he's been out of the game for a while.
I mean, obviously he's old, but he's got a giant nose hair sticking out of his left nostril too.
It's funny how like
totally him, yeah.
It's funny how him and like Dan Rather just pop out of the woodwork every so often to be like Trump sucks and then vanish.
Yeah,
again.
I had no idea that was him.
I'm Tom Brokaw, and
I'm
Tom Brokaw.
If you guys are looking for some good news,
I feel so bad making fun of him. Such an asshole.
If you guys are looking for some good news, Sarah McBride, a 30-year-old LGBTQ activist, will become the first powerful, openly trans lawmaker in the nation after winning her state senator race in Delaware during today's elections. So,
Yeah.
that's good.
News.
Until
Really
the Supreme
excited.
Court makes her like illegal in a year, but good for her for now.
Speaking of good news, what about the ballot measures? Usually people on ballot measures will vote way more liberal than they will vote for candidates.
Last we checked, ranked choice voting was losing in Massachusetts.
Let me
What?
take a look at that now.
Yeah,
Ranked
last we
choice
checked.
Voting
Last we checked.
At 77% reporting, this is according to the Associated Press. 54.2% are voting no for creating ranked choice voting.
Are you fucking kidding me?
75% are voting yes for question 1, the amending.
I
of the
think
right to repair
Nick
law.
had a good point with that, where I think a lot of people don't know what the fuck ranked choice voting is. So they probably just voted no because they're like, I don't know. What is that? That sounds stupid.
I think you're right, and I think Nick's right too. But
I can't really understand why somebody would be against it.
well, I agree that I think it's totally like they just didn't know what the fuck. No, there was not enough education on this. Like we all educated ourselves, but guess what? Most people did not take the time to do was educate. So,
like, what's a compelling argument against ranked choice voting? Because I don't know. Like,
what
what's
the
a
fuck is it? What is this craziness?
Here is a compelling argument against it. If you like someone like Trump, then he only really has a shot with majority rules voting or
It's not
plurality.
a good argument, in my opinion, though.
Well, yeah, but if you
If
were
you're a Trump supporter, it is a good opinion.
Yeah. If you were a Trump supporter, it's a great opinion.
That is an argument, but it's not a good argument.
So a lot of Massachusetts people are very stubborn.
I voted third party just because I want third parties to get more representation. So,
yes, amen to that.
Yeah.
And that's what we need ranked choice voting for.
right,
Yeah.
if I had a ranked choice voting, like I would have voted. I still would have voted third party, but I would have
Yeah, that's
cast
fine.
my But I would have put my
That's
second.
the
I would have
beauty
had
of ranked choice voting.
yeah.
And I love ranked choice. Everything I've heard about ranked choice voting, I fucking love. Like you can vote Jorgensen, and guess what? If she's not a majority, it passes down to whoever you chose next. And so shit like 2000 doesn't happen again. And because Nader got a very significant part of the liberal vote in 2000, and they blame Nader. A lot of Democrats blame Nader for Bush winning in 2000. Like,
And it's
tons.
not clear how Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin would have voted in 2016, but it's plausible that the same thing could have happened in 2016 because the margins were razor thin. I mean, Trump just squeaked out a win across multiple states.
Not to mention people who didn't like either of them, but if they were so a lot of people voted third party because they just didn't like Clinton or Trump, so they voted someone else. So had they voted, if a lot of those people had voted whoever else they voted for, like I guess I'll put Clinton second, or then Clinton may have won. So ranked choice helps in those matters too, because and that's fair to those people too, because their candidate's not going to win because we're not at the point where third party are viable, but with ranked choice voting, we can get to the point where third party might be viable, and that's the way to make third party viable is through ranked choice.
Hillary Clinton, if you're watching, I have dirt on you. I won't see you guys tomorrow.
I'm
was
sorry,
sad
I'm
of
fading
nowhere.
fast. I woke up at 5 a.m. to go to volunteer at the polls and 2 glasses of wine in. I am done. So I'm going to hop off. But lovely to
Thank
hang
you.
with you guys.
Thank you for educating us.
Thanks for entertaining me. This casual chat where you're just goofing off and sipping wine and beer and whatever.
Thank you very much.
We normally just do comedy shows on here, but we decided we weren't making jokes, but I'm getting tired and running out of energy, so I can't make any jokes anymore.
He filmed something with a COVID hat, wearing a MAGA hat. The COVID cap wearing a MAGA hat. So
Yeah, I wore the COVID cap, but I had a MAGA hat on top. as a guest appearance.
That is so appropriate. I love it.
Yeah.
No, I've seen you guys. I've attended a few of your shows.
You know, I told her that you're one of our big supporters. So
You're my biggest fan, Gladys Knight.
Indeed. Well, until next time, guys.
Thank you. We'll talk in the next few days as shit hits the fan or whatever happens.
Kicking off stage 2 of the apocalypse. Yeah, it's going to be great.
I'll be moving to Amsterdam in the next month, but you know.
New Zealand. No, we should all move to New Zealand. Seriously.
I'm down.
Hell yeah.
I'm very down.
I don't know. I have some reservations about New Zealand.
Hey, I work from home. I could be anywhere in the world. I don't give a shit. And New Zealand, by the way, is entering its summer, so I'm totally down to go to summer.
That's true. I work from home at right now too, so I could technically work anywhere. So,
I feel like if I were to go to New Zealand in the summer, it would just turn into like an Ari Aster film.
I would just be touring the Lord of the Rings sites.
I'm gonna move to Tokyo.
Ooh.
All right, Rush Hour 3. Not Rush Hour 3. Fast and the Furious 3.
Tokyo Drift.
That was 2, by the way, wasn't it? Or is that? No, that was 3. That was 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, Shannon.
Bye. That was your token female opinion, Gladys.
Yes. Our one and only financial supporter.
I
for
might
the
be
group.
going to bed also because
Left-wing
it is-
political commentator, James Sanguinetti.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah. I settled for Biden. I changed my name to Settled for Biden.
Peter Hart,
As of right now, Google is reporting, or the Associated Press is reporting, Joe Biden having 223 electoral college votes, where Donald Trump is sitting right now at 136. This is not counting Florida, Georgia, Texas, Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa, North Carolina, or Pennsylvania.
So Iowa and Georgia are most likely Republican.
Yep, so that's going to be another 6 and another 16. So that's going to be another 24.
Florida's going to be Republican.
29. So that's going to be about 50.
Ed Markey, huh?
Yeah.
Ed Markey won, right? Yeah, he did.
Projected winner. Yep.
Richard Nixon. I think this election is very much the same.
That was an interesting race because, like, I don't know why the fuck Kennedy left his seat to
Damn, look
run
at Rhode
again.
Island. Sorry, guys, on the left of your screen. Rhode Island is now also another one that's too close to call. Remember how I said we eked out that kind of victory? But
Holy shit! Yeah, it's only 2,000 votes
2,000
difference.
Difference between.
I cannot believe if Rhode Island goes red, I will be fucking. I'll fucking. I don't know.
You'll
I'll
move
eat
back
something
to
gross.
Mass.
I'll do something. I don't. Dude, that is ridiculous.
Yeah.
If Rhode Island goes red, like I will be shocked.
If there's something to cheer you up though, Joe Jorgensen did get like 35,000 votes in Mass. So
That one of them was mine.
yeah.
She's a little bit weird, but whatever. Actually, her VP is even weirder. Spike. Is it Spike Jones? Spike Jones.
I will say in 2016 when I forget who ran under, was it Libertarian? They had Bill Weld as the vice presidential candidate. The guy who Bill Weld was with was a fucking moron. So I don't know why Bill Weld even went along with that. I used to love Bill Weld, but you know what happened with Bill Weld was he was the governor of Massachusetts. I don't know if you guys remember this, and he was a prospective candidate for president. And what happened was, and I'm not joking about this, is Clinton made him ambassador to Mexico. And again, Clinton is a Democrat, so he had no reason. He did it to get him out of the fucking eye. And so Clinton and Weld just vanished. Weld did nothing after he became ambassador to Mexico. They gave him a nowhere job that had nothing to do. He took the job, thinking it would be some sort of exposure, but it wasn't. And his career just vanished. Absolutely fucking vanished. So, and then he was vice presidential candidate on a third party ticket in 2016 with the biggest idiot I'd ever seen. So,
Are you guys familiar with Vermin Supreme?
Oh, dude,
I was reading about this. What is Vermin Supreme exactly? I was reading that.
He was running for the Libertarian candidate position. He was running for the Libertarian Party. He's like an
politician.
He's an anti-politician. Like he was actually, I think he has a talk show.
Politician.
He has a talk show and stuff, and he reluctantly decided to run. But it's funny because he wears like a fucking boot on his head.
His issues are, or his beliefs are, he believes in a free pony for every American. that Americans can raise, and the poop will be used as currency. He also believes that gingivitis is one of the biggest problems that the U.S. faces. Yeah, big gingivitis. Let me look up his beliefs.
He's from Massachusetts,
Well, I think
and he ran for the Libertarian candidacy.
stood out to me about the numbers tonight is that Joe Biden.
Yep, right to pony.
In terms of trading with voters and putting
So he's a joke, right? This isn't serious, right?
Yes.
These are all jokes.
Supreme
Okay.
ran again for president in 2020, this time as a libertarian. This also marks the first time that Supreme has run a, quote, legitimate campaign, focusing on real rather than satirical issues and using the slogan, in on the joke. So he has been satirically running. He won the Libertarian presidential preference primary in New Hampshire. On March 3rd, Supreme was declared winner of the Massachusetts primary for the Libertarian Party. He dropped out on May 23rd after Joe Jorgensen received the Libertarian Party's nomination for president. However, Supreme's running mate Spike Cohen was chosen to be the vice presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party.
Yeah, Spike Cohen is running with Joe Jorgensen. He's freaking weird. He came to Rhode Island, actually. He came to Providence.
So I just read something, by the way. Milwaukee is not counting their mail-ins till 5 a.m. So a lot of mail-ins might be counted late.
See, Vermin Supreme policy, zombie preparedness, and the pony-based economy.
He wants
mandatory
to pass
toothbrushing.
Laws, yeah, mandatory toothbrushing.
Zombie power, concentration camps, ponynomics, and kangaroo courts.
Wait, this is great. In December 2017, Hillary Clinton planned to visit Concord, New Hampshire for a book tour promoting her new book, What Happened. In advance of her preparation, Supreme planned a demonstration in front of the bookstore during the event. The demonstration was to be a pony protest and include at least one pony. Supreme has a history of making the election promise to ponies to constituents and has asserted that Clinton does not like ponies enough. When Supreme sought a protest permit for his demonstration, the police ordered the city to deny his request. In response, Supreme has asserted his, quote, right to pony and retained Mark Randazza, an attorney with a reputation of advocacy of First Amendment rights, to represent him in suing the city of Concord for the permit. The court found in favor of Supreme, issuing an injunction that the city give him a permit, allow him to protest the event, and allow him to bring ponies. A stipulation was that Supreme had to pay for parking for ponies at the rate for cars. When Supreme presented the pony protest, there was a parade. More than 1,000 people attended the book signing and protest. Various media sources covered the pony protest and Clinton book tour together. The editors of the school newspaper of Londonderry High School used the event to endorse Supreme in the 2020 presidential election.
It's
I
funny.
love this man.
He's so ridiculous. You know what? If he won the nomination, I would have voted for him too.
In 2012, Supreme started a web series entitled Learnin' with Vermin that uses a fictional version of his presidential campaign as a platform to teach political concepts such as voting
Hallie
methods.
Jackson is joining us now from the White House. Hallie, how are they viewing a night in which there is
AOC won, by the way.
Hell yeah.
Do you know how heavily funded her opponent was?
And a lot of, I would say,
like wicked.
Do you know why he was heavily funded?
That's where
Because how much people hate AOC. He got so many donations from people who just don't like AOC that he was incredibly funded, like immensely funded.
Inside the
Okay.
president's orbit.
Bye.
Some networks, not our network, but another network, has appeared to have called the race for Joe Biden there. Again, not our call. I want to be very clear about that, but you are seeing a lot of consternation. There is a sense among some folks in the president's orbit that it is too early to make that call at this point, but they are very engaged, watching these numbers extremely closely in Arizona. Why? Well, because if in fact this lead that Joe Biden has holds, rather, and again, I want to stress, we have it projected. It's too early to call right now, according to NBC News. If the lead holds, though, it does narrow the president's path to victory. And that is something that is really important for the president and for the campaign that they're looking at. Obviously, Georgia is still outstanding. And then those blue wall states that we're talking about here, some optimism that we're hearing about in places like Pennsylvania, in places like Wisconsin, actually, which is kind of interesting. That is a shift, at least from the conversations I've had from this morning to tonight. I think the stance earlier in the day was that they didn't think that Wisconsin be potentially a good state for the president, but based on some of the numbers that they're seeing come in, that seems to have shifted. I will say, as we get ready to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden over in Delaware, we really haven't heard much from President Trump at all. He has not tweeted, at least at last check, about 45 seconds before I came on the air, since the polls closed earlier this evening in some of those first states. It is possible that we could hear from him here at the White House. He has a number of supporters here, family members, cabinet officials who are in the White House behind me. But other than, some indications that he may speak, we don't have anything definitive of when we might hear from President Trump. I think that Corey Lewandowski referenced that the decision had not been made yet. And I can tell you that when I asked one person close to the president earlier,
I'm back.
a couple of hours ago, if he would speak, the answer
Settled
was,
for
well,
Biden?
eventually we will, and if
Yeah. Can we take a couple minutes and really go into Vermin Supreme's views? He believes that he wants to for mandatory toothbrushing to combat the moral and oral decay of this great nation. President Supreme will sign a declaration of war on plaque, and citizens will be required to submit to regular inspections of their gum lines. My favorite is, I want to learn a little more about his concentration camps. Under the rule of the tyrant you can trust, which is his thing, all borders will be secured effectively and all concentration camps will be dismantled. There will be no wall. Instead, there will be a large moat dug around every newly erected official, Vermin Supreme, concentration camp, and pony ranch. The water feature will be known as the border. The border's lazy river and immigration checkpoint will be patrolled by concentration camp counselors with lifeguard training and water guns for maximum safety and amusement. Anyone caught crossing the border without their official vermin-stamped lazy river ticket will be taken in as a concentration camper. It is required that every camper provide counselors with a name. These names will be added to the pony assignment list and submitted to the government for funding purposes.
This guy put a lot of time into making this absolutely ridiculous platform. Like,
he ran as a Democrat, as a Republican, and as a Libertarian.
yes, Green Party's next, and then
Vermin Supreme. One of his policies is Vermin Supreme is going to take your guns and give you better ones. He has a fan club. When you join as a $10 monthly donor, every month members will receive a limited edition sticker and sometimes other Vermin swag, and will have a chance at winning even more cool stuff. He has a full shop where he has enamel pins, ornaments, mugs, buttons, a shirt that's just called "It's Just Spike's Head," which is just Spike Cohen's face on a t-shirt. What else do you got? Bunch of stuff. I love this, man.
he wears a boot as a hat.
Yeah, I think it's funny that Joe Jorgensen's running mate is his dude.
Is who?
Joe Jorgensen's running mate is Spike Cohen.
I know who Spike Cohen is.
He's Vermin Supreme's guy.
Oh.
But I would have voted for him if he won the Libertarian nomination.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to talk about his ponynomics real quick. Just because I feel like we need to. And guys, I'm taking over the stream. We're talking about Vermin Supreme. Let's do it. All right, ponynomics. Americans are already chomping at the bit to surrender financial autonomy. Vermin Supreme will grant their wishes by implementing the absolutely free Federal Pony Identification Program, or AFPIP. The first step of this program will be to make ponies very small. There are already scientists working on this feat, so there is no need to worry about the efficacy of such a plan. The next step will be implemented when tiny ponies and universal pony ownership have been achieved. Everyone will have equity in the ponies that they own and can borrow against that equity. Once pony-based debt has been established, Americans can then create pony credit default swap and AAA bond markets. This will cause a huge pony bubble in the economy. Though normally bubbles are detrimental to the economy, this bubble is going to be steel-belted and will last forever. Previous bubbles paled in comparison to the awesomeness of the Ponynomics bubble and failed due to their lack of sugar cubes. AFPIP will be the best jobs creation program across time. All pony-related industries will surge, including saddle makers, alfalfa farmers, blacksmith sectors. Almost extinct jobs like buddy whip makers will see a return to the job market. Factories that produce American-made novelty pony hats, oversized pony sunglasses, and Supreme-themed sex toys will go into overdrive. Because all buildings in America will be required to be pony accessible, a multitude of jobs will be created in the trade industries. There will be an entirely new market to staff pony poop collection facilities and virtually no involuntary unemployment, as every non-working American will have the opportunity to join the Pony Poop Collection Corps of America. I love this man. I want him to be my
He
dad.
legally changed his name to Vermin Supreme. I didn't know that.
Yeah, his name is Vermin Supreme.
Well, God bless this man, because this is hilarious, and this takes like you gotta go all in for this sort of level of performance, and
he received thousands of votes too.
Yeah, let's talk about his zombie power. It is vitally important to Vermin Supreme that we all ensure a beautiful and healthy world for our ponies into the future. To do so, President Supreme will do away with widely used sources of energy that are detrimental to pony habitats. These sources will be replaced with infinite and renewable zombie power. Zombification of America's energy will begin with all current and former politicians. Federal politicians have engaged in long-term international violence pursuing the control of oil. With no more need for oil, and graciously assuming that these people are not just money and power-hungry monsters, these politicians can fulfill their ultimate goal of making America a powerhouse by becoming zombies and jumping on a treadmill. State and local politicians are always talking about the good they can do for their communities. Vermin Supreme knows that the best way for these people to benefit their communities is to provide them with cost-effective and environmentally friendly energy. After the initial switch to zombie power, any and all individuals who go against the newly defined vermin law will provide additional power to the grid.
So I'm reading this right now. He got 4,200 primary votes in the Libertarian primaries this year. He only got 900 votes fewer than Joe Jorgensen. Only 900. I'm just throwing it out there.
And he ran for the Senate in Massachusetts.
He's pretty old, actually. He's almost 60. I've never heard of this guy before yesterday, but what's his real name?
Vermin Supreme.
I know. I was trying to see what, like, I'm reading his history. He grew up near Boston, graduated from Gloucester High School. He began running for public office in 1987.
He's been doing this forever. Now we're all in at this point. We have to talk about the kangaroo courts.
Can we try to get him on like a live stream with us?
Yes, please.
Yes.
All right. Kangaroo courts, everyone. The current American prison system is entirely ineffective. Extended stays in solitary confinement and the death penalty diminish the number of individuals able to participate in society and be a benefit to the overlords. Ponytopia will entirely abolish these useless institutions and replace them with more effective justice systems. Vermin Supreme will therefore redefine, quote, crime as any act that disagrees with, denies, or otherwise opposes Vermin's enforced freedoms, including but not limited to traveling without your pony or not flossing your teeth, and any act that causes harm to another person or people. Everyone currently incarcerated for performing a non-criminal act previously defined as a, quote, crime will be released yesterday. All police officers will be incarcerated alongside the violent criminals for performing criminal acts previously not described as crimes. Every inmate will be offered the opportunity to restore Vermin's favor with them by voluntarily undergoing zombification with the intent of working in the treadmill electricity farm. Exonerated former inmates are given the honor of fostering the pony or ponies of incarcerated individuals. Violent crimes, anti-vermin rhetoric, and crimes against vermin law are the only acts for which an individual can be incarcerated in vermin's stable home. There will be a council of vermins, past, present, and future, who have used the power of time travel to determine the validity of all charges. Every inmate will have glitter-painted walls in their rooms, a brand new dental hygiene kit, and a stuffed pony to accompany them while their identification ponies are let out to pasture. Inmates will attend daily group toothbrushing and flossing lessons, and it is encouraged for inmates to wear pony-themed attire. During their incarceration, inmates will be offered the opportunity to participate in volunteer programs and educational programs. These programs include, but are not limited to, receiving lifeguard training and acting as a temporary concentration camp counselor and taking writing and language courses to learn how to write the best possible apology letter. After serving their vermin-determined sentence, inmates will be evaluated in kangaroo court, during which they will participate in a boxing match with an actual kangaroo. Those deemed restored by besting the kangaroo via non-violent means will be released on good behavior and their ponies returned to their care. Okay, so I thought the kangaroo court was just a fun name for it. No, you have to fight a kangaroo. You have to fight a kangaroo. This is amazing. I want to be this man's best friend. I want to be his best friend. I want to travel the world with Vermin
Look,
Supreme.
I'm serious about this. Let's get him on. Like this
He's from
guy,
Massachusetts.
yeah, and I don't think it'll be hard to get like a 10 to 15 minute spot with
You
him.
want to do a socially distant / NSFE stream with fucking Vermin Supreme?
Yes. Look,
get Alex in on it too.
Look, I love performance art more than most people. Like I'm the hugest fan of performance art in this sense. So this is like, I love shit like this. So get him on. I will support him. I will treat him like the way he wants to be treated. I won't make fun of him. Like we could definitely have an interesting discussion with him about topics such as kangaroo courts and the zombie police and the pony laws that he encourages and discuss them in a
Furman, if you were elected president, do you think you'd actually be able to meet the demand of the ponies that you're talking about supplying to the American people? I mean, how many ponies can we actually breed in 1 year?
Look, my niece wants a pony, and she's not a legal age. So how do you satisfy all the young kids who are potential voters one day who may or may not want a pony?
The Beatles once said, dig a pony. Do you?
We could definitely make a list of fun questions for him. We could give him them ahead of time if you really want it. Like this isn't really a journalistic sort of endeavor anyway. And see if he do that.
Considering that he, you know, I don't know. I feel like he's the type of person that we might actually have a chance of actually coming on. So.
I do too. Like we're from Massachusetts. We're performing. We're artists. I'll use quotes here. We're artists, and it's online. It's like all he has to do is show up, log in, and talk to us. We can send him some videos of what we do from our other shows, and say this is what we do. We have all of like 30 people watch some of our shows, but you know, we take what we can get. But we'd love to have you, and you know, discuss your policies in a serious and productive manner. I think we could get. I actually think this is a feasible endeavor. The worst that happens is he just ignores it because he gets a ton of these random requests anyway. And what did it cost?
I've seen him on live streams, but I've seen him on channels on YouTube, and some of the channels that he's been on are not really big channels. By the way, Biden is about to give a speech if you guys want to watch.
Sure.
Oh yes, let's do it.
Patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go wrong, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just
Trump is winning in Nevada, which is surprising to
we're
me.
still in the game in Georgia.
Yeah, only 2% reporting though.
That's not one we
Got a
expected.
bunch.
We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan.
I don't know about Wisconsin, Michigan. He's losing by quite a bit on those.
Yeah, I think he's counting on mail-ins. Wisconsin is not counting their mail-ins till 5 a.m.
I mean, you may be right. It just seems like there's such a big gap. I don't know.
What they see.
Like you have to realize that the number of mail-ins that got sent in.
I've said all along, it's not my place.
I did find out that Mork and Mindy are counting, so it might take a while for Wisconsin.
I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware.
With Coons.
Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Joe Biden cheering up his supporters, a little pep talk, and what's now really become a game of expectations, I think, where we're at this point where both candidates trying to set the expectations.
How do you guys feel about Harris?
Next. Let's go to Kristen Welker at Biden
as a pick for VP. I think
and,
there are better options for him as a pick for VP, but
I honestly thought she was not going to get picked because of her record
with police reform.
As a prosecutor. I don't think it matters. This is my real honest answer is that the VP is such it's more of a figure role of a figurehead than anything else. Like the VP doesn't do shit. Although,
what did he say?
He might be.
He just said thank you, kind of like a last thank you.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump and Biden are both
his message and his
really old, and there is a possibility that one of the VPs could become president if they're elected for a second term. I mean, if they're elected, if Biden wins or if Trump wins a second term.
Yeah, no matter who wins this election, the winner of this election will be the oldest president that we've had in our history.
Yeah, they're going to be ridiculous. I'm not saying, and they don't even have to necessarily have a medical condition and die. It could just be like their mental,
old age.
Their mental state deteriorates to a point where the VP has to step up. So there's a chance that Kamala or Pence could become president.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go to bed because it is almost 1 a.m. now. I am gonna go try to get a little bit of sleep before I got to work tomorrow and see the results of everything and try to deal with the nation tomorrow. So I will leave you with this. Everybody watching before I go, stay home, wash your damn hands, and wear your damn masks, please.
Yeah, Karen.
The pandemic sucks, but we can deal with it. And Pat Oswald, everyone. Hey, the pandemic isn't over just because you're over it.
NSFE mask.
Bye, guys.
$10.
Good night. Peace.
Let me tell you what we're looking.
Good night.
Our models indicate we're waiting.
When did you get those, Steve? The mask?
Go a lot of vote there.
I put them up online
right now.
a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago.
Goes the way we think.
I ordered one for myself.
We'll separate them when all the votes.
How long did it take to get in?
Anywhere near
2 weeks.
We want to wait to see.
Oh,
And a number comes.
I'll order. I'm gonna order one just because it's cool. But
Well, if you were
I did not want to wait 2 weeks.
from Vice President,
Um,
from President Trump, we've heard from him on Twitter.
I also ordered some shorts, some of our shirts. So
yeah, I saw that.
He says
It's now 205, 165.
steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Of course, there is absolutely no evidence that any votes were cast after the polls were closed. Here we go.
So, Savannah, here's what we know. The president is going to be making a statement at some point tonight. I got to tell you, I am not surprised at all to see it. This is a president who we know is extremely engaged in what he's seeing on television. And for him to see Joe Biden come out and make remarks in front of that crowd in Delaware, I would have been shocked if the president didn't come out and talk in front of his supporters.
Google is saying 223 to 174.
It's interesting that he says
They called Florida for Trump.
He doesn't think they're winning.
Yeah, there was a large enough lead. I'm going to check CNN. CNN is 215, 136.
Might happen, and something that the president has been alluding to now for a while, which is a question he has been saying.
Looks like Texas is going to go to Trump
he
too.
Wants to see results sort of finalized on November 3rd.
It was really close for a while.
And Georgia.
We need to be really clear here.
North Carolina looks like it's probably going to go Trump too because it's almost 100% reporting. Pennsylvania 64%. I don't know if does that 64% include the mail-in ballots though.
I don't know. Like I said, the only one I found out about was Wisconsin, which is waiting till 5 a.m.
Wisconsin is 82%. The other percentage might be the mail-in ballots. Oh, they just actually just went up. Michigan. I think Trump's going to win Michigan.
Are you kidding?
The case is that we are in right now.
He insulted the freaking governor. Like, how is he going to win that state?
The vote count is
I mean, we don't know. It's only 60% reporting, but Trump has a big lead. So who knows? He's at 54% of the vote, and Biden has 44%. So he's got a 10% lead, but they still have another like 40% of the vote to count. So could turn around.
Yeah, they just called Florida for Trump on CNN too.
Well, he's got big enough of a lead where it doesn't really.
November 4th, I guess.
I'm not really surprised. I think Pennsylvania is really going to be the deciding factor.
We might hear from the president, and this tweet alludes to it, right? Putting out claims that
I, by the way,
claims that are not verified.
As far as Magic goes, I don't like Standard right now.
Point where the social media company has actually put warning.
I was doing well with red green, and I've been doing terribly. I switched to a fun historic deck because I was really close. Because I opened a bunch of mythics, and I had 4 of the.
I will say. And as we talked about
the Eldrazi mythic artifact.
Oh yeah,
I forget what it's called. Eldrazi statue monument or something, or something monument. And look at this girl walking behind her in the view. So I had 4 of them. So I built a colorless monument deck in historic. It's not great, but it's fun, and I win probably 55-60% of the time, maybe.
I can't seem to get more than that. So most of my decks, I'm getting 50 to 60% win rate. I tweaked my mono blue mill deck, and I've been doing better with it after I made some tweaks. I made a couple tweaks to one of my rogue decks that I've been playing, and I made a mono green deck that I've been playing.
Yeah,
I tried to make a deck with Nissa, the new Nissa. I made a deck with her, but I didn't. I haven't had really good luck with it. A Golgari deck with her.
So the trick with that Nissa, by the way, is that you can ultimate her the first turn with Fabled Passage. So on turn 5, you play her, then you play Fabled Passage, and you trigger it twice, and so you can get something out of the graveyard or out of your hand, which is kind of it's pretty good. I don't know what you do with that, but that's what I've seen is sort of the standard idea behind that card.
I've been playing a mono green deck with 1 Vivian in it, so it's basically.
I had 1 Vivian to my Gruul deck, and she's been amazing. She's fun. She's phenomenal.
Senator Bob
I've been
Casey's
playing
family, according to Mike's note.
mono green.
Biden was calling cases
It's
and checking in.
it's
Why
got
are these
4
counties, like some of the Philadelphia
what's it
suburbs,
called?
not reporting? Why
Love Struck
is this
Beast.
so slow? That early
4 gem
data, but
razors.
also, you know,
Gem Razor isn't amazing right now. It's fine. It got a lot worse because Rogues doesn't run any enchantments or artifacts.
Yeah, but you can put it on. So what I use, so what I have Stone Coil Serpent.
Yeah.
You make a Stone Coil Serpent for 1 or 2 mana, and you put the Gem Razor on top of it, and it gets the +1 counters, and then it's the protection from multicolored.
Yeah, Multicode's good because of but that Stone Cold Serpent is a fine card. Gem Razor Serpent, Gem Razor is okay. I'm not saying it's bad, but
Well, the other card I would run in place of it would be Questing Beast. So I have a Questing Beast in the deck too.
Questing Beast has honestly been the MVP in my deck for Ghoul. It's so big that it's great in the mirror match.
Clarity here on this, because I think
If you ever get an Ember Cleave on it, it's so much damage. It's really been one of the strongest cards that's been in my deck. I cut Stone Coil Serpent. I don't run it anymore, but I want it in because it runs for the 1-drops. It runs Innkeeper and the human from Questing Beast, but not Questing Beast, from Love Struck Beast. So Questing Beast is really good right now too because nothing blocks it. Same thing with the red green haste creature with landfall.
Yeah,
that card's really good too because nothing blocks it. It's insane as to how often that gets through. But
I'm surprised how well my mono blue mill deck's been doing.
between what he is saying and what he is thinking.
I had to tweak it though. I had to keep tweaking it over and over again until I got to like a good mix of cards where I win like 60% of the time with a mono blue mill deck.
There's a lot of mono red aggro going around too now.
I usually lose to mono red with my mill deck because I don't have a lot of removal. It's mostly counters. So that's the problem is if I'm playing against a really fast aggro deck, I will probably lose. If I'm playing against any decks that are a little slower, like I usually win against the green-red Gruul deck because it's not as fast. The mono-red deck is faster, and I usually lose to it.
Yeah. Do you have Secret Keeper?
Burfolk Secret Keeper?
Yeah.
I did. I got rid of her.
Okay.
I had that in there, and you actually mentioned that you didn't think she was good anymore. I removed that, and I put in, I think, more counters. I put in 2 more Essence Scatters.
This is the problem with Best of One. Best of One has like 10 decks. It's very, very hard to consistently win because you're going to have like 3 or 4 great matchups, 2 or 3 okay matchups, and 3 or 4. So it's a crapshoot. Whereas if you're playing best of 3, your sideboard comes into play at least half the time. So you can shore up those bad matchups if your sideboard is built for it. If the metagame is only like 3 or 4 decks and you have a good matchup versus 3 of them, then you're going to win 75% of the time. So that's why the metagame is really wide right now. So best of 1 is just a bad move. So you might want to consider playing best of 3, in all honesty.
Yeah, because I hit Mythic 3 times in best of 1.
Yeah, and that was in a metagame that was smaller. The metagame is huge right now. So
yeah, it's like inconsistent. I'll win like 4 or 5 games in a row.
Yeah.
And then I'll just lose 4 games in a row. I'm like, what the hell?
There's no deck that's super dominant, which is good. And if there was a deck that's dominant, the metagame would be smaller anyway. So since there's no deck that's dominant, there's no deck that is great versus all the decks in the metagame, which means you're going to play 40 to 50% of your matchups are just bad. Just guaranteed. No matter what deck you play, you're going to have bad matchups. And that's the sign of a good metagame, but a bad best of 1 experience. Your best of 1 is just going to be a crapshoot. So
75%. And it's been just trickling in. And it's all coming from here. I told you before, our models indicate that when it's all comes in, and the last vote to come in is going to be, it looks like Atlanta, the Atlanta area, that we expect it to be less than a percentage point. In fact, one of our models has it 0.1% around. But let me just
one of our models.
What we got here.
Where do they get these models?
1.25 of the vote out in Fulton County.
That's surprising.
Here's the cab.
These are the counties
of the vote out there. We expect Joe Biden to really run up the score here in these counties. Here's Gwinnett. He's still about 1/4 of the vote.
This is crazy as to how much I was really expecting a lot more Democratic victories with how unhappy people are with the president and the pandemic. And
on the Republican side either. Everybody knows Atlanta's coming in, and the question is, it's sort of, is it gonna shrink and just make it really close, or could we be looking at recount territory? I can tell you this: we're looking up the recount rules.
What is? I was about to ask you.
I'm in the middle of it. My team was on
threshold?
it. I just, they're all over this.
Okay.
In fact, maybe by the time I get back here, I'll find out. So there.
Because if it
yeah, okay, I'm gonna hit bed soon. I'm getting tired. Well, not bed. I'm gonna watch some TV.
Here, I can tell you. Here, it's not.
What are you doing tomorrow? You want to let's stream some Magic tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I don't know. I don't think I have any plans. But
Let's stream. We've been talking about it. Let's do it.
I created a channel on here for us, so it streams to Twitch.
Do you have a Twitch account yet?
Yeah, I have Twitch attached to StreamYard.
Okay,
so we can stream instead of streaming directly from Twitch. We can actually stream from StreamYard to Twitch.
Do we need a Twitch account?
I have one.
Okay. Do I have one? Because I'm registered on Twitch. Is that my account? Can I?
You don't need to.
Okay.
Well, you could probably stream on both of our accounts, but right now I have it set up under mine.
I'm going to
stream on multiple accounts, I believe.
I'm going to start streaming just because I play almost every day anyway, and just to get in the habit of streaming and performing. I'm not
like the good streamers that I see who do Magic. You know, they explain and they talk through their decision making process as they're playing. You know,
you know I do that, right? You played with me. I do that with you. I'm like, hey, we're going to do this because we're thinking about this, and so. But when I'm streaming with you, we're going to make it like a comedy show. I'm not going to explain it. We're just going to have fun and be silly.
You can make stupid decks.
Oh, yeah. You haven't watched the Arena Boys at all, have you? I've mentioned them before. Like, one of them is a Pro Tour champion, but they definitely goof around. So
try to come up with some stupid strategy to win.
Predicting he's going to get through that door, but
I'm down. Do you use my account because I have way more cards?
And that really goes.
We use it doesn't matter to me. Let's do a deck with Felidar Retreat and something else.
Those blue wall states. If you look at Florida, the polling average.
Let's get ridiculous. Felidar Retreat's actually a good card. No, people know that's a good card. You don't want to win with a good card.
Do a cat's tribal deck.
Polling average.
Those cats are terrible.
He was winning by 8.
There are cat tribal. We could definitely do cat tribal, and Felidar Retreat will make it okay. There's a cat lord from M21, I want to say.
There's some good cat cards, but I've tried. Like, there's not a really good cat build that I've seen.
Our goal is not to do well. Our goal is to be silly, and if we win once, we succeeded. If we don't win, with cats.
In that circumstance, he'd have to.
And we can
the pussy deck.
The pussy deck. We can play like memories. Like I don't know musical cats, but we can play songs from cats while doing the stream. We can actually play the movie Cats
or Cats and Dogs deck.
Outdoors in Omaha,
Cats and Dogs.
Ghostbusters. Okay, I am off. We'll talk tomorrow. What time are you off work?
Ooh, we'll do planes, trains, and automobiles.
There's no automobiles, or planes or trains, but sure. I don't know how to do that, but like, let's go through standard cards. Or it doesn't even mean standard. I have a decent amount of historic cards now too.
Vehicle deck
on Georgia is correct.
Just know I have a lot of wild cards that I'm willing to use on certain cards. I think
there's vehicles in standard, right?
Soon. Kaladesh is coming out in the 12th. So 9 days, Kaladesh is coming out. I will draft
Fast and Furious.
And the reality
I don't know what vehicles. I know Smuggler's Copter is not going to be in standard.
There is a vehicle in standard right now because I opened one in a pack the other day. It's a red vehicle.
Oh yeah. This colored vehicle. It's not standard.
It's a piece of crap.
It's from War of the Spark. They're not standard legal anymore though.
Georgia as
is it?
places where the
I think it's War of the Spark.
Decisively,
I think so. Yeah.
if there
there's colored vehicles. There's a red one, a blue one,
a lot easier
and
for
a
them to make a case.
white one, and a white one.
Who is the winner of
But
this?
they're not legal anyway. It was War of the Spark.
You're seeing
One of my favorite silly decks to make is the ones where they try to find a way to make a million tokens, like the stupid combos, where if you get the combo off, you do something stupid like
break the system. Yeah.
There's a combo with what's the dragon?
Nightmare scenario. I have been having a couple conversations.
The one that does damage every time a creature enters the battlefield.
Oh, Terror of the Peaks.
Yeah, there's a Terror of the Peaks combo where like you make a million tokens and it just keeps pinging people for one.
So state gets a vote.
It's an infinite combo.
Texas, for example.
We'll definitely. So a good place to look for these stupid combos is message boards like Reddit, and then the major sites like MTG Salvation has a site. Reddit's the best one, but there's a lot of random websites that have people who build stupid decks.
I wanted to build like I built a deck called Cancer, which was all just like pinging effects, like trying to like what's it the Raven card? What's it called?
Which Raven card?
The one that every time they attack you, it does 1 damage to them.
Oh, the enchantment. Yeah.
I mean, I put a bunch of cards like that into a deck where it was like the Sanctuary, the black one that does 1 damage and you gain 1 life every turn. And then Dream. Was it Dream?
Hour here as we get into the wee
The one that costs three swamps. Underworld Dreams. And then the Raven. There's a bunch of cards that ping you. Like stupid strategies like that where you try to win by like pinging somebody over and over again, or something stupid like destroying people's lands. Like they have the cards that destroy lands, like destroying people's resources and just being annoying.
North Carolina, Texas, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Arizona. I didn't see the rest of this. Okay, I gotta go to bed. Okay, dude.
All right. See ya. Bye.
Okay, we'll talk tomorrow.
That's it, folks. We're done. We're tired.